Hello, hello, hello. How's it going there, Zachy? How's it going, Citrus, who is still in school? How's it going there, Tana? Yep, trying to get on a little bit more of a day wake cycle here for myself, so a little bit earlier today, which is nice. So I know we got some Europe tends to get in a little bit more towards this time, so get some of my Euro people going here. That's all right there, Tana. Alright, so let's see, what do I want to do? So I want to kind of work on a little bit of a home ship for the live series here. We'll still bring in Triton later when we get some money. But I want to work on a little ship here. At least get the hull laid down. It'll be kind of fun. So I'd like to build something Steam related. Let's go ahead and get working here. So we have Spy Cake, so we're in the custom game. That way I can build whatever I want. So I want to build, like, I don't want this to be too extravagant. Kind of want this to be a reasonable size. So let's measure this out. We're looking at there. That is 27 meters. That's a little short for me. Okay, let's get a little bit bigger. Let's do, I don't know, 40 meters maybe? About 40 meters looks like. That is 38 and a half. So let's do 3 more blocks on that. I want an odd number. Odd number of blocks is nice. So low on that. Test that again. We're looking there. That's 40 and a half. That works for me. All right, it's 40 and a half meters there. So I kind of want this old school. Kind of keep this old school. So what I want to do on this is, I don't want this to be too extravagant, but I'd like to have like one helicopter on here. And like the small rescue boat we have, I don't want this to be super duper large. Kind of a multi-role homie ship. With some old school character to it. Yeah, and this will give me something that, you know, I can go back to and work on a little bit here and there. I don't need to work on it. You know, I don't need to work on it every episode, but if I need something to work on, I've got this kind of larger build to kind of focus on. Alright, so I'm liking that width on there. It's pretty good. Got the general shaping going here. Work on the stern once I get the bow kind of figured out here. Then I want a flat old school bow. Love it how the vacuum cleaner decides it's going to come right next to me while I'm recording here. We'll just go to the rest of the rooms. music down just a hair. Yeah, ships can take a lot of time. That's why I kind of, you know, figure we can lay the hull out, go do some missions and stuff, and then when I feel like, you know, I need something to work on, I can work on this a little bit. It's, you know, large ships take a long time because they got a lot of stuff to fill and everything else. So it's good to have like work on a little bit piecemeal. All right, so I think we'll start like that. And then for those who don't get to see it often, they can see kind of how I build a ship. You know, one thing to keep in mind is the editor looks enormous. It looks like, oh, there's a big old Johnny. It's pretty big, but it's not absolutely enormous. You know, so you kind of have to measure and kind of be confident in measuring. Like, for example, this looks like it's pretty big already. If we measure it, player characters, what's that, 2? That's 6 right there. This is 7, so that's how tall my character is. So if we figure that's my character right there, you know, this, if the floor was here, that would be like a normal room. So it's not enormous. So, you know, sometimes you get stuck in that rut where you're like, oh, this is big, and then you get in there and you're like, ah, this isn't as big as I need, and then you can't get your rooms and stuff. So it's important to kind of keep that in mind, that it may not be as large as you think it is. That's pretty good there, I think. I should have gone one more. Alright, so that's not a bad start to the hull. Again, it's supposed to be like old school. I want it to be kind of an old hull shape. Where is it? Right there. Right there. Okay, there we go. At least try to get this. What did I grab? I didn't grab 2s there. Okay, it's 2s right here. Have to fix some of that in there, but it's a start. So. Don't like to drag very well. Alright, so starting to come along here. Alright, so let's start transitioning here from the back. We do 4s there, 4s. Music seems even friggin' louder to me now. What are we on to there? Another row. Okay. Still 4s on there. Still 4s on there. Okay. go. Are we on 2s? We're on 2s, okay. We're on their 1s. Okay, we're on the 1s now. So we'll get their 2x2 in there. Delete that for now. Where's my 2x2? Where are you at there, guy? There you are. 2x2 right there. Okay, there's my 2x2. Nice. I need a 2x4 here. Okay. Where the hell are you, guy? Where are you? There is. Okay. Nice, nice, nice. All right, let's get this settled in here. This could get hairy in here. We're gonna see. This is when it gets to be a pain in the ass to put these together. No, it's not bad. Okay, we're good there. All right, nice. Doing this makes it so they line up. There we go. Liking the shape of that. You know, one thing I was talking about when I build a ship is people stress about how the underside of their ship looks. You're not going to see the underside of your ship, so kind of like don't worry too much about it. It's not going to be something like, hey, I don't care too much. At some point, you know, it's going to be underwater and you're not going to see it. So stressing too much about what it looks like underneath is can be silly because you just never see it again. So it's going to be underwater. You see it because it's, you know, it's in the editor and you're looking at it, but once you get underwater, you don't see it anymore. So kind of like you don't need to stress about it. All right, what was I doing here? Okay, so be back 1. All right. Let's fix this here. All right, there we go. And then we need 1-bys here. All right, there we go. 1-bys again. Nice. All right, like that. You know, the nice thing with making these old school style of ships is they're very squared off, so it makes it easy to get them in the game with what we have for parts. And I want at least I want a row there. Keep that like that. Might do 2. We'll see. I'm gonna do 2. So do 2 1x1 wedges on the side here. Okay. You know, 2 squared. All right, nice. Nice, that's coming along nicely. This will make it a lot easier too as a squared off build to put stuff inside of it. Alright, so I'm going to kind of build the transom out and then I'm going to cut into it to trim it, probably. Alright, so there we go. So there's, I just want to see the scale of it, so I'm going to pop the world here. Alright, so that's good scale, I think. Length of beam is pretty good. Plenty of room for internal structures, a walking rail. Like, it looks big, but, like, we have to walk around the railing. We need at least 2. Plus, we need a side rail here, so that's 3. Plus the interior wall, that's going to be 4 blocks in just before we can get to livable space. Then we have livable space, and we need 4 blocks on this side. So it's not that huge. All right, let's work on the transom. And then this is all going to be railing. And because it's old school, it's going to be like just straight railing. So let's go. Let's see. I'll read chat in a second, guys. Just kind of flowing. Alright, so let's start sculpting the transom here. So let's see. I'll try to do this just right to get this, because I want it to look old school. So it kind of can be interesting. Click 3 times to get the blocks annoying. A little bit quick on that. All right, let's see. Okay, I dig that. That looks pretty good round-wise. What the hell? Okay, right here. Alright, so that's going to be the kind of the angle of it. Alright, nice. Nice. Let's grab this and we'll take a chunk out of here. Alright, so that's the rail. Let's get some, I need one more here. Let's go. go. Alright, so that's the stern. That looks good. Let's read some chat here. Read us some of this chat. Building similar function vehicles. A lot of players really enjoyed it, but I seem to reason I enjoy building a bunch of different vehicles. I don't mind building the same types of vehicles over again. Yeah, ship interior can be a lot. How's it going there, Alexander? It's gonna be kind of a home ship for the live series. No, it's not cargo related. It's not a tanker. I talked about it in the beginning of the video. It's a home ship. No, it's not a cargo ship. Alright, we'll see you later, Zaki. Yep. Another home ship for the live series. So kind of more old school than some of the other stuff. Alright, so transom. Let's see. I want the transom to hang, so let's grab some props. I need to see where it needs to be. So it needs to be at least above these propellers there. So let's put those there to play with. Again, kind of an old schooly design. So let's see. Got quite a bit of room to work with here. So we'll start on 2s. Okay. I like the old school ships, how they have like the a lot more they have like more rounded areas, which is kind of fun. There we go, like that. Okay. Oh my god, it lined up perfectly. Look at that. Like I've done this before. Power of measuring. Alright, it works. Let's see. So rudders will go there. I wanted this to come down lower. This needs to come down lower. Definitely. Alright, so let's grab... You need to come down at least 2 if we're going to count this out correctly, so... Got everything? No, we don't. Okay, there we go. Alright, so this needs to come down 2. One, 2. Okay, good. We could run 4s. Let's run 4s. Yeah, we'll run 4s there. Again, you know, you have to kind of consider how big your player character is. Because player character is reasonably large, so... You know, he needs at least 7 to be able to go in that area. You know, so this area, he's not going to be able to go in the rear transom here, but... If I want giant propellers on there. I don't know if I'm going to... I think larges are too small for this. Let's see, I think, yeah, I could do like quads or something to make up for it, but they're too small, I think. We'll see how it looks when I get it going here. But yeah, currently we'll see what it's gonna look like here. There we go. But it's way too small before. So the thing is, you kind of get used to scaling, and you can kind of tell, yeah, that's not gonna work. That's just practice. That's better there. All right, there we go. And then I think I'm gonna let the aside. That would be weird. Let's try something here. Want a little bit of length there. Try the ones on these, see if I like it. I'm digging that. I think that looks pretty good. I could go back to 2s, but I don't know. We'll see. Let's see what I think of it. I'm digging that. That's not bad. I like the shape of it. Yeah, I'm digging the shape. Okay. Be a little weird here, but let me see what I can fix here to get this to behave itself. It's kind of the area that's always screwy is right there, so you kind of have to just deal with it. Good, I'm liking that shape. That shape came out nice. I am digging it. Alright, good, so we can work with that. I want to get floating. I want to put some hard ballast in there and get it balanced out. That will kind of start us. Nice thing with a big ship, though, is again, you can really got the size to really put in things you need. So lots of ballast, lots of balancing. You know, you get something small, just to put in a little bit of balancing is tough. I think what I'm going to do is cut you out here. And then we'll put in... Do I have that block in here? I don't know. Where do I have it? Right there. Okay. Put you in here like so. Okay. Okay, and then I got one of you there. Beauteous. Want to get the rudders in, definitely. That's a big design element. Important to me. Okay. That looks pretty clean. Let's give a float. Nice. So that's floating well, as is expected. All right, let's see. Get a height on this. I need to do the necessary things kind of first. So let's see, what's our height? Looking at 13. Okay, good. So let's say I want 9 or 10 on the top level. So let's say 9. That's 9. Okay. So that will give me a 3 ballast. Beautiful. That'll work. All right. So this is my ballast level. Kind of a pain in the ass with the 4s here, but I don't really care. It's not a huge deal. That gives me 3 for ballast. If I go down 1, I get the full 4. I think I'm going to go down 1 to get the full 4. We'll put the ballast level in here. Should be plenty. There we go. All right, so that's the ballast. So putting it in your floor, that's how real ships usually do it as well. Ballast goes in the floor on the lowest level. That keeps the weight down, so that'll be liquid ballast under there. And fuel. So fuel and liquid ballast will go in there. All right, let's see. Should measure instead of eyeballing. Eyeballing has its own risks. Let's see, where are we at here? Right there. Okay. Let's go. Let's go, what do we want to do? Let's do 35 right there. All right. Weight blocks. So let's see the difference in weight. So right now it is 34,739, and that's 17. So it's a good, like, 17,000 just in weight blocks. Nice. Let's get a balance. Let's get a weight on that. All right, buoyancy on that. Beautiful. That's it nicely. So as I put in like superstructure, as I put in things like engines and everything else, I can delete from that segment. So that's why that's in there now, is by pre-weighting it, it makes it really easy to delete that out later. So as I add engines, like a lot of people won't do that, and then they'll put in engines and now their buoyancy is screwed up. By doing this, as I add stuff, those weight blocks can come out. Let's fill the ballast tanks with water and fuel. So ballast tanks and fuel. So let's see, I'm going to want a sliding weight. I will want some sort of crane on this. So we'll keep that in mind. I don't think we're not going to need an enormous. I'm going to do, you know, what Triton can load anything. Triton can load double containers. That was built when the containers were heavier as well. And so also we, you know, I'll just make this so this can load one container at a time. Let's go ahead and paint center gravity. CG there. All right, so let's go. We don't need a huge amount on this. Maybe 7. 7. Okay. Why won't you go up, you scumbag? I'm upside down now. That's great. Okay. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. You're being a pain in the ass. All right, there we go. Haha, you're being a pain in the ass. All right, good. So we'll make that the sliding weight for, that'll be the crane balancer, essentially, the rest of the way. So let's go. We need fuel ballast, and we need water ballast. So fuel will be central tank. Generally, I like to do it realistically where they're stacked, but I can't really do it stacked like this because I don't have the height, so... We'll go, let's see, how much fuel we're gonna need in this, Johnny? Probably not an insane amount. Let's do a 5-banger here. Okay. What would that be? That'd be 6. I don't want to even. I screwed it up. Should be 4-banger there. No, what? Yeah, that'll be 9er there. Let's try that. Oh, piss off. I didn't mean to click on any of that. Being a pain in the ass there. Alright, good. So this will be fuel central tanks. And then water will be the outside tanks. That will also help me balance port starboard with water. So let's make sure this is 9. 9. Okay, good. Okay. All right, good. So this is gonna be fuel. Let's. I want to fill it and see where we're at. All right, good. What? 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 Did I not click on it? There we go. Let's grab some dials. All right, let's get all these plumbed. Capacity, 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 and capacity. All right, so let's see what our capacity is looking like here. All right, so forward, so starboard bow is about just under 15,000 liters. And then 12's in the back. So let's do a total number. So that's 12. 859 times 12. 859. 59 plus 12. 859 plus 14,890 plus 14,890. So we're talking, we have a total water ballast of about 55, 498. So let's start writing some of the stuff down. So this is going to be the home ship. All right, so we're talking water ballast 55, 498. Let's see what fuel ballast is going to be. 12, 9, and 18. So let's see. So 18, 7. Jesus. 18, 7, 18. Why do they have to make the number pad upside down? It's not, but plus 12, 9, 21. So we're talking fuel ballast is going to be 31, 639. Okay. So that's good. So we have a lot of fuel in this, so we'll be good. So let's fill them, see what happens. Likely with all those weight blocks, we're going to be sitting very low in the water. But I'll take the weight blocks out and we'll test it, see what it looks like. But we won't need all that water ballast, I would say. So let's go spawners. All right. But like this is very technical. You know, by going through and doing the technical elements first, you're gonna make sure your build works. You know, a lot of people go right for looks, which is fine if it works for you, but doing the technical elements really helps a lot. So like you can see with full water ballast, you know, we are sitting pretty nicely. We're low, but what I mean by sitting nicely is if I get rid of 17,000 weight block, that should help. Now the weight blocks are mainly there for superstructure and everything else, so we're going to have plenty of water ballast. That area is plenty big. We don't need to worry about making that any bigger. So like if I did this, now you see with the ballast tanks full, see how it's sitting up higher than I want it to? And so that's desirable behavior, because what you want to do is your fuel ballast is part of your ballast system. So when this has 31,000 liters of fuel in it, I don't need full water tanks. Let's say I have, I don't know, 50% water tanks. Then as my fuel burns, as I get low on fuel, I can take on more water to keep us constantly at the desired water line. So you start out with, say, like, I don't know, 10% water ballast and 100% fuel. As you start to burn off fuel, you can increase your water ballast. So that's kind of the reason you do that. You know, you don't start with full water ballast, full fuel, because you can't add anything. Shit, I should have saved that. Let's see. Should have saved this, but I didn't. I'm trying to remember how many. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be the same, but let's go. Does this get moved? No, it did, but I'll fix it. All right, there we go. Let's see. Ah, you suck so bad. Let's see. What was the length that I wanted on this? I can't remember. I think it was 35. It was 35. Okay, 35 off. That's an even number. Let's do 34 off. So this weight here will get diminished as I move along and put in other... You know, this is my hard ballast for now, but as I add superstructure, as I add engines and all that, that becomes my ballast, so my hard ballast. But yeah, so we're well ballasted now, so this will work nicely. And any sort of thing, like if I add a crane or the ship starts leaning to the right, I can easily fix that because I have all of this ballast in here. Any of this ballast can at any time be changed to make it work correctly. All right, so the spawners are going to get, what we're going to do is, so like, for example, let's go to 10% water ballast. We'll go 10s on these. And we'll leave the fuels at 100. Because we need to always make sure the ship's going to float correctly with 100% fuel. Because, you know, I see people miss that step, is they don't make it so that it doesn't float properly with 100% fuel. You need your fuel. And so now as the fuel burns, the water can go in and we're good, you know. So, read some of this chat here. Let's see. Let's see where I left off. If I miss any of your chat, you're trying to talk to me, make sure you at Captain Cockles. That makes it a lot easier for me to see it. Or else I assume you guys are talking to each other. Okay, I'm closer than I thought I was. Let me see. How's it going there, Amanda? Decided to change your name over again, huh? Could tell by the green. I assumed it was the same person. Just seeing what's going on here. All right, good. Excellent. All right, so that's good. So we're making good progress here on this. You know, so kind of laying the hull is working out well. Let's see what do I do here. Let's start working on getting this a little bit cleaned up. Clean up the rail a little bit, and then move on from there. But yeah, it's important. Ballasting is really important. You know, and it's kind of you want to tackle it early, or else you're gonna run into issues. You know, so many issues are now solved that I don't. Oh, you gotta be shitting me that I didn't have symmetry on. I'm just gonna do it freehand again. I could just copy it, but I don't give a shit. I'm just do it freehand. I hate it when symmetry's not on. I need it on. But you know, a lot of our any issues we may have are pretty much licked at this point because got the ballasting done. Yeah, some people wait till the end to do fuel and ballast, and then they wonder why the ship's having problems. You got to do it early. You know, it gives us so much freedom now to do whatever I need to do because it's we know the ship's gonna work. What was this? What the hell is this? What is this? Where did this come from? Do I have this on still? I do. Do I have? Okay. I had this. It was copying. It was just doing it on the back. I had the other one. I almost never use that other plain symmetry, but I did it just to measure. That's what it was doing. Okay, I got you now. There we go. Alright, so because it's going to be a home ship and I want some certain things in here, I need to be cautious of that. So one of the reasons why I made my floor where I did was for these blocks here. These blocks, I want to smooth the hull in here. And so if I didn't do this, they would be off. So that was a big reason why I did this like I did. Because it would be a 3 banger, and I don't have 3 blocks, so I can't do that. Okay. The hell? There we go. That's what I want there. Okay. It's like, why am I thinking of Christmas stuff? And it's like, oh, I have a Christmas candle going. Oh, yeah. Not paying attention when I started cooking yesterday. I was actually answering somebody's post on Stormworks. They were asking a question, and I burned some oil in my kitchen, so I got a Christmas candle going, trying to get rid of this burnt oil stink in my house. The the downside of helping people out is you burn oil in your kitchen, and then you have to smell it. Okay. Now, come on, stand up straight and fly right there, guy. There we go. Okay, there we go. Now, again, this is the reason why I put that weight in early, is by putting the weight in early, it lets me start to screw around with, like, this is adding a good bit of weight. If I had any issues where it's not balanced now, I can just delete out that weight that I put in. So, god damn it. I hate it when it does that. If you don't do that, you start putting these blocks in, then you have to balance again. It's like, at some point, I can take some weight blocks out and we're good. Couple updates on the submarine. I screwed up a bunch of stuff I fixed. So that stuff's fixed for those who are using it. go. That's in. Let's see. What do I want? Pyramid. All right, grab that. One thing with these block games that's challenging is, like, this is ultra thick now, this bow, giggity. But, because it's quarter meter thick blocks, and then in order to go and round it, you have to do, like, massive thickness on there. That's something, I don't even know a good solution to it, but it would be nice if, there'd be some solution to kind of, the ability to make a double-sided, like have some double-sided blocks. That way, you make them thinner. But you kind of have to make it on the thicky end. All right, there we go. A little bit of shape in there. Stern's a pain in the ass anyway, so mostly the engine room's going to end here, and this will be rudder room, so we should be able to do some giant props on here. No problem. I'll change these out at some point, but I'm just going to plumb them in for now. All right, good. These will come in the floor. All right, so there are the rudder. There are the propellers. Let's get some rudders in here. I'll go closer. What is going on here? Why is this being friggin' funky? There we go. Okay. Just my perception was off. Trying to keep this a little old school looking, so we'll try something here. I usually do wing segments for my what do you call them? My rudders. And these, where the hell small? There's work really well. Trying to decide if I want to just leave them squared off. Okay. Okay. So there are rudders in. Scaling looks pretty good. Yeah, scaling looks pretty good there. Figure something out there. Looks pretty good. All right, good. So that's 10% water, 100% fuel, sitting nicely. See what it feels like down below. You know, again, this seems like a huge ship, but as you can see, this is not all that big in there, so, you know, it's a good size, but it's not enormous. Okay. Just kind of looking at some pictures here of, bring up some pictures, trying to get some design elements in here that I want. We'll just kind of flesh out the superstructure. Doesn't need to be ultra old school, but kind of want some of the old school feel. Like something like this is kind of liking some of those elements in there. Yeah, let's work with this. I don't want to click on the video instead of the image. There we go. Yeah, I like the elements of this. Okay, let's work with that. Read a little of this chat here. Read a little of this whole chat here. I'll see you later, Citrus. Alright, we'll see you later, Alexander. Alright, we'll see you later, Tanip. If you turn wing segments, that gives you that's the largest rudder you can have is turning wing segments like this. Fuck, if I could speak, we'd be in great shape. Okay. But yeah, you can't, control surfaces look goofy when you use those at the scale, so making them large like this, I think looks a lot better. What is that? How many? Of course, that's a 3. That's annoying. That's looking shitty. Let's see. Not gonna like this right off the bat, but I'm doing it anyway. I might actually dig that. That's not too bad. And you're not gonna see any of this either, so it's kind of like points moot to try to care about some of this. But yeah, this will give you your biggest rudders possible, just doing it like this. That's why I do this. These are your largest rudders. Just do it like this. Yeah, you get to a large ship, you're hurting for rudder sizes. Control surfaces look goofy. Fins look goofy. This looks correct. You can kind of sculpt these a little bit, get good performance out of these. There we go. I'm digging on that. Alright, there we go. So there's my rudders. I think I might be overdoing this here. I definitely am. Okay, let's see. There we go. That's better. Okay. Go forward one on the rudders. Definitely go forward one on the rudders. We'll see. I might slide them forward a little bit. Probably go forward one on the props as well. Let's do this. I can put them right here. Maybe. We'll see. Yeah, we can slide those forward. Okay. Come on, man. That's good. Let's grab pivots again. Let's move the pivots. Okay. We'll redo this back section here. So much of it is just trying to get the aesthetics right. There we go. Okay, good. And then what I want to do here. That's good, I like that. Okay, good. Extend it a little bit. That's better. I like that. Okay, good. Yeah, and you're not going to even see this, but still something I want to detail nicely. Alright, good. Alright, let's quickly grab a seat and fix the direction of these. Hi-ya. Get up in there, bitch. Get up in there. So, starboard. Starboard. Alright, so now we've got... Am I off-center? How did I get off-centered? I'm off-centered. Piss. I'll push the props out. Screw it. The rudders are off-centered. I need to come in one, but I'll just move the props out one. That'll give us a little bit better turning force anyway. Alright, so that's better. They're now in line. They weren't in line for a second there, but that's good. That's, liking the general shape. Let's save it. I haven't saved yet. There we go. Back up. Beautiful. Alright, so good. I'll try to bring up some reference material. I just want to kind of flesh out a little bit of a bridge here. Alright, so walkway-wise, we need a minimum of 2 for our character. So there's 2. That's 3. There's 2, and then that could be an interior wall. So theoretically, we could do a maximum interior of 23, but I think we're pretty good on space. So what I'm going to do is go like that. We'll do interior wall here. So we'll do a 3 walkway up like so. That'll give us plenty of space. I I want to be able to put a helicopter on this, so I'm thinking stern, upper deck maybe? Yeah, I'm thinking stern, upper deck, so let's go to there. Let's work superstructure here. And I want plenty of bow space. So let's think somewhere like that for now, and I'll play with it as need be. Oh, come on, dude. Stop fucking around. There we go. Drag nicely. Alright, so I want 9 interior, so we need 6 more. I verify it's 9. That is 9. Okay. So that's the interior space there, plus, let me measure again. 9, okay, perfect. So that's 9 there. So that could be like interior there. Not gonna have this much interior space, but all right, then the upper deck, again, we need, so that's going to be an overhang railing, pretty much, so. For a good portion of this, it's going to be overhang. We'll start back probably here for overhang. Need dragging blocks today, so zoo. All right, then we need, we're going to do 3 walkway again. So let's get a bridge in here. Let's see what we're working with here. So that's what, 2, 7. It's not going to be this huge, voluminous, but will be large. So let's see. I want helipad. So helipad's going to go probably there. So let's just feel how these interior spaces are kind of size-wise. Alright, so like all this superstructure is getting added will be deleted out of weight blocks underneath. So. Alright, make sure walking feels good back here. It does. Walking around, walking around, walking around, walking around. Good, good, good. That feels fine. This interior space feels fine. Height-wise and width-wise, that's good. Bridge and whatnot's up here. That's good. Okay. Alright, so that's kind of fitting. So I'm trying to think. I don't want it extending all this far back. Okay, that will give us plenty of helicopter space. And I want containers on here too. I want to be able to put at least a couple containers on. Cannot drag today to save my life. There we go. Alright, so that's kind of a little bit of what I'm looking for there. Maybe container forward back. We can do dual cranes. That'd be kind of neat. I'll have to measure it, see what we're looking at here. It's 33, 29 is there. There's 11 wide, so 5 are... Yeah, so we could fit a container in the front too if I wanted. That would fit there. Plenty of room for a helicopter. We could do dual containers on the rear. That's all fine, so that's good. I like the spacing on this. The box, of course, is going to get cut and shaped and sculpted to look not like a terrible box, but tells me kind of what my shape wants to be like. So I'm liking that. That's good. Where are my screws kicking in here? I don't have my screw. Okay, so screws kick in under on the water level. That's good. So they can come up. But yeah, we're in general, I think we're pretty good shape here. Yeah. Yeah, it's coming along. So coming along nicely here. Let's see some chat here. Does turning rudders with pivots help? Yeah. Yeah, like that's how... Oh, I didn't answer that. Yeah, that's how Triton. Triton has pivots, has wing segments on pivots. That's how Triton turns. You get into big ships, you kind of need that. Alright, let's see. What do I want to do? Do I want to sculpt a little or... Well, not really. I'm kind of want to move on a little bit. Let's do a quick sculpt, and then I'll move on. I just want to see bridge position, too, so let's go 2 by... There. Oh, you pisser. You pisser, you. I did it again. There we go. All right. Want to get a bridge position, and then we'll probably go and load up the build series save and do some missions. But good progress on this. The hull is pretty much, the hull's designed, ballasted, balanced, and then we can start working on other things later. But that's kind of superstructure. And I just want to punch some windows in here so I know where I'm at height-wise. I want to see sight lines, essentially. I could do a fly bridge on top as well. We could do a fly bridge all the way up here, but start with, I want the helm here. So usually put the helm on a step so that it's a little bit higher. Then makes it easier to see over the railings and stuff. So let's do a double high step. That's probably a little bit too tall, but we'll see. Yeah, it's probably too tall. Let's go 1. Do a double high if it was do a double high if it was seated, but I'm not gonna be seated, so I may not make it as old school as I kind of started. I'll probably do regular windows, but I just want an old school feel to it, so I'm just checking sight lines at the moment. I kind of, if I can't see properly, I need to trim how this looks, how it functions. Because I actually want a functional ship. If it looks good and it doesn't function, I'm not going to be able to use it, so. Alright, so, yep. see over the bow, plenty. Side views, good. So we're good height-wise. Let's go ahead and save this. But yeah, good progress on that. That came out really nicely so far. So let's go ahead and I will load up the for a build series save. Right, that one there. But yeah, so I'm happy with that. I'm just gonna go ahead and save this picture. That way I have it for later. What the hell is it? Alright, so we're back here with the did. I want to play the submarine a little bit. So let's, actually, let's see. Let's move base a little bit. We have spy cakes. Let's head over to spy cakes, Gray more, and put away the did. We were looking at cash-wise here. 75 thou. Okay, not bad. So let's head to Draymore. Put away the did. I do need to fix the yaw p-value on this. I haven't got to it in a while. You know if sounds get too loud. Currently I got my overall volume turned up, so I can't tell if it's too loud or not for you guys. I'm hoping I get an invite for Tarkov Arena soon. Arena's kind of the more casual, quick play Tarkov, so that'll be fun. They're in beta testing now for it. There's Olsen Bay. Maybe we'll be heading through there when get the home ship, the new home ship going. So yeah, so this should be able to take 2 containers in the rear, helicopter. It's going to be where if it has containers on it, probably can't take the helicopter. Might be able to put a small helicopter on the front. Some horsies there. We got horsies. As much as people gave them shit for the animals, it is something that, like, every time I see them, I zoom in and look at them. You know. Alright, good. So I'm curious what this week's update. It was announcement week last week. Let me just double check. I think it was announcement week last week. Yep, announcement week last week. So we should be getting an update, some bug fixes this week. So that'll be nice to see. Very excited to see what the 4 major updates are for the year. I've enjoyed the previous major updates. I've enjoyed pressure. I've enjoyed oil. What else was a major? Oil was a major, pressure was a major. I can't even think of the other majors, but they've been good. Alright, moving on into Draymore here. So we'll kind of hang out there. The nice thing now is with these 2 bases, having Draymore and having spy cakes, we can do full-size ships, trains, land vehicles and airplanes. So this area is one of my favorite for that. Also do a little bit of coal mining. You know, now that we don't have enough cash to really be bringing out my scraper, but one nice thing is I could take the scraper up, mine a little bit, bring it right back, and throw it in, store the minerals in the bench. So I can store them, and then whenever I feel like it, I can just quickly load them on a dump truck by putting them in the internal storage, and then go sell it. So we also have a diesel cell here, so if I use the plane to move some diesel in here, we could sell off extra diesel. The nice thing with the new home ship too is that it will give me the opportunity to, with 31,000 liters of internal storage, I can ferry and store and sell fuel. So that's also nice that I can do that. So, you know, plenty of fuel that can be used for sale. You know, you can motor around with it. What's that? Oh, that's still the reindeer in the water. Reindeer's been in the water for a tick. Head into Dresmore. But yeah, so I'm excited about that new home ship. I don't know what, you know, probably build a fresh helicopter. I'm trying to release whatever I make in this live series. So I'm trying to keep things a little bit simpler. That way I can actually get them out. So that little boat is probably reasonably ready. There's a fox. I love the animals, man. I know some people are grouchy, pain in the asses, but you know, it gives a little life to the map. You know, it really does. So I'm a fan. You know, it's the head explosions people were having that they added some animals was out of control. But yeah, and of course it's a small number of loud people. It's not like the majority of people were jerks. It was just a small number of loud people who think they're the majority. You know, and it was so that's all it was anyway. We could do up and do a little mining. Let's do that. I have the money for that. So let's grab the other thing too is I want to try to go through my vehicles. Most of my vehicles had no problems with the pressure updates, so they you know, so everything was working. So as you know, there were certain things that, for example, if they had scoops can still be affected by the weather. It's not really a pressure thing. So I'm trying to go through things and get them, make sure they're working as well. So let's really quickly. I'm gonna make sure I have no coal in here. Fuel gallons, low fuel, trailer full, fill. Okay, fill quantity is nothing. Okay, good. So let's go. Where's the release parking brake? All right, let's head up. I'm gonna save really quick. So let's do. This is what's the date today? 19. All right. So, box in the road. So there's the scraper. Scraper is designed for mining, works really well. Kind of based off of a scraper, as the name would imply. See if I can get I need a screenshot for the vidya. Let's get something in there at least. Go back and fix the screenshot later. We'll probably end up doing it in the mine maybe, but there we go. At least I have something. I can update it. We'll go ahead and head up to the mine. We'll grab a full load, and then we'll dump it in base. And then what we can do is later, when I want to, we can either use a train or a truck to be able to move it. Probably train's going to be the best. You can bottom dump a train. I have my locomotive, and I have some mineral cars. So going up Hell Hill. This hill is brutal. This requires, you know, good transmission and some good grip to be able to get up this hill. I think, you know, personally, as far as I'm concerned, what I think the devs should do for tires is just let us move the slider up to 2. Like, keep them the way they are. Just let us increase the slider to 2, because most of my tires I go to grip of 2. I think part of the problem is, it's I think it was a design choice to make the grip a little bit slippery in game, and the reason is, and I've talked about this a million times, but if you shift into a high gear too early in game, it allows the wheel to slip and not stall your engine. And that allows people who don't have a grasp of gearing and transmissions to still be able to build things and play, because they can have the gear ratios be too high or incorrect, or the spacing be incorrect, and they can still have their car work because it will squeal the tires, but it won't stall their car. And if they didn't get a perfect, not necessarily perfect, but if they didn't get their transmission to close to be where it needed to be, what would happen is they would constantly be stalling, they'd be frustrated, and they would say the game sucks, and they would just quit. And so part of these design choices are to do things like have slippery wheels, where it allows you to be able to slip your wheels instead of stalling your car. So it acts more like a boat propeller. That's why boats generally have 1 gear ratio for the propeller. And it's because the propeller will slip in the water. It's like, spinning your tires. Well, of course it can spin the propeller. You notice you get cavitation, big bubbles, big wake. It's not moving smoothly because it's slipping in the water, and that's fine to cavitate and to slip. With a tire, you would stall the engine out before you break traction if you're in too high of a gear. In game, what will happen is you'll slip the tire even if you're in too high of a gear. And that allows people who may not have the best transmission or the grasp of the mechanics of it to still be able to play and not get frustrated. And so I think that's why they did it. So, for example, if they let you do the slider up to 5, you'd essentially, you'd have a player, oh my god, I'm slipping my tires. They increase to 5, not understanding why they're slipping the tires. So it's a balancing act. They have to make it approachable to the new player, and they have to make it, engaging enough to the seasoned player. And that's a balance that you'll never, ever be able to get perfect, Because those groupings are always changing. You see, park brake. We want to turn the drills on. I'm just going to turn the music down again so I can hear this. Because I want to make sure my engine's running all right. I have to check my cooling system. My cooling system's probably bonk, so we will be testing the cooling system. Make sure we're filling. Yep, we're filling. Scraper's not that old. I've worked on new versions of it. Let's see. Yeah, it would be nice if they had some sort of mass relation to grip, so the more mass you put on there, the more grip you have. That would, I get what you're saying there. But, like, I get so many comments on my transmission video. So many people are just really confused by how transmissions work and how gearing works, and by putting a little bit of slack in the system, it does help people out. Like, I would be perfectly happy for my own needs to make it so that it was. Why are my headlights not working? I don't know why my headlights aren't working. Probably electrical issue. Let's test it. Yep, I need to fix the electricity on that. Okay. But yeah, so you got a bunch of people who just they would not be able to work it if you didn't have any sort of slippage. Like most of my cars, the wheels don't slip or squeal. Like I might get one between the gear ratios here and there, but for the most part, it is mine don't slip, and it's for the gear ratios. But it's also like I spent a lot of time working on the gear ratios and getting them right, and a lot of new players, that is one thing that really confuses new players is gearing. I see it consistently. All right, where's my temp? Engine temp right there. I think I have overheating on. Yeah, engine overheating, vehicle damage. Okay, so yeah. So like this is revving. This like I have a lot of cooling on this. I have 2 5-bys. The pump system right now is probably not working with pressure. But this does not rev up super high. It's got a 3x3 in there. I think it's a 3x3. I did so many changes on this. Yeah, this has a 3x3 in there. It keeps the revs low, and you don't drill for that long. Like you notice, we're losing temperature, and I haven't even the fans haven't come on because we don't drill for that long. Then we drive. Oh, this is engine temp. I gotta watch. I do have to watch the back. If I see my fans come on in the back, I probably will shut heating off because I don't have a readout for that. Okay, we gotta move forward a little bit here. There's parking brake right there. You know, so I need to keep an eye on the... I'm just going to shut it off for now because I know my flow rates aren't correct now, probably with pressurization. I'm finding impeller is working really, really well now, like super well for cooling. I've switched some of my stuff over, like the airplane there. The AUK is switched over to impeller for the cooling pumps. One impeller running at very low RPS is really giving good flow rates. What you'll see a lot of people are probably going to do is they're going to try to run their impeller faster and faster and faster and faster. For example, I helped out somebody on Steam discussions who was having an issue. They didn't have any cooling pump for their coolant system. They're a new player, whatever. But the let's see, where's my park brake? So you know the main issue they were having was they had no flow rate. But one thing you'll see a lot of people do is they kind of think the simple adage of bigger, faster, better, stronger, and it's not necessarily the case. Is a lot of times you'll get into waste and inefficiency. And so, for example, for that person's impeller, the flow rate was capped at 170. So no matter how fast you turn that impeller, the maximum you were going to be able to get was 170. So there's no point in wasting more engine power to go over 170 liters per second. So for that person's particular setup, the impeller at 7.2 RPS was maximum. If you went any faster than that, you were just wasting energy. So if you were gonna, so I did it with electric motor, and that was like at a 0.2. So 0.2 in the electric motor. So some people just automatically make the electric motor go at 1. Well, it's just wasting. And so by going at 0.2, you save yourself a lot of electricity. And so if you wanted to do it by the engine, and the engine's turning at, let's say, 21 RPS, you would want your gearbox facing, let's see, toward away from the engine at a 3-to-1, because that would, if you had that set up. What is going on? Am I drilling? I don't see what's happening back here. I'm missing what's going on back here. You know, you'll down gear your impeller, and you don't need, you're just wasting energy, essentially is what I'm saying here. I'm trying to think of what's wrong with this at the same time. But yeah, so like a lot of people just like, they'll go balls to the wall, and you know, a lot of times you don't need as much power, and so you're stealing all this power from your engine to turn an impeller faster than you need it to. And so in a lot of cases, you actually can turn the impeller a lot slower. So the best thing to do is test it, see what RPS you need to actually make it run. What is going on back here? Is this full? I think this is, I don't know if this is full or not. So what are these? I think these are what, 27? These are 27 each, I think, these smalls. So we have 1, 2, 3 by 4? 3 by 5. Okay, so 15. And then we have some underneath. So 15, 20. Yeah, that's probably about, we're probably full, I think. I didn't index gauge. 15 by, it will auto shut off when it's full, so I think that's what it is. Let's see. Okay, yeah, so I think we're pretty much full, I think. I think we are. I think I'd never indexed this gauge. This thing was still a work in progress, so. I'm not going to do trailer full light, but that just means I don't have it set up right, so. The drills are off, it auto shuts off, so we'll work on some stuff. I'm not going to be able to get it back on anyway, so that's fine. Alright, we're good. That's a good bit of cash there. We'll head back with this. Yeah, that's the thing too, is people will run their engines way too high, and they'll say, "Oh, well, in real life, the engine I'm making goes 3,000 RPM." And like Citrus has pointed out the other week, what is one cylinder in? What are you doing? Cubic centimeters? How many liters? Like, what was the liter on one by one cylinder, Citrus? It was like 1,200 or something. 1,200 cc's. 1.2 liter, yeah. So it's 1,200 cc's or 1.2 liters for one cylinder. So to put that in perspective, my Gold Wing, my motor is. Do I go this way and potentially get stuck? We'll see. I have to be very careful entering this here. Yeah, exactly what I just did. I hit the horn too. There we go. Okay. Anyway, so my Gold Wing is 1,800 cc's, so 1.8 liters. So that's what's in my motorcycle. So one cylinder of a 1x1 is, let's say it's about 100 horsepower. So one cylinder 1x1 is 100 horsepower. So if your car is a 400 horsepower, you're talking four-cylinder motor is that, at a huge, so the engines in the game, let's put it this way, the engines in game are bigger than they would be for their real-life counterpart. Generally, when you get a bigger motor, the RPM goes down, and the reason is pretty simple. Force is mass times acceleration. So the bigger the engine, the heavier the part is. So let's talk about the cylinder head. So the cylinder head is heavier. So that means that the rod that attaches to the piston head, it has to be stronger. The bushings and the pin and the pin for the cylinder head have to be stronger, because as that heavy piston goes up and then it goes immediately down, there's a huge amount of force on the piston rods, and so the connecting rods. And so you have to have really heavy connecting rods now to be strong enough to take the force. So that's why, like, for example, a diesel engine, which these are diesel engines, in a tractor, like my normal operating range in the Mac was 1,100 to 1,600 max, and generally it was 11 to 1430 by the manual. And if I was like racing around town trying to make stoplights, I'd go up to 1,600. But normally, the normal operating range is 1,100 RPM to 1,430. And so people are considering these like race car engines. These are not race car engines. These are big diesel motors. And if they started thinking them more as big diesel motors, they're still on the low side, but it's because the engines are much bigger than they'd be in real life. And so you start doing that is, yes, we're getting unreasonable power out of these engines. So yeah, the concession is you decrease the RPM rate on it. So it's really, it makes sense, for the most part, because the engines are big diesels, and so of course they should be moving slower. They're not race car engines. They're not, you're not running F1 in car engines. So they're trying to consider them to be whatever they want them to be. Oh, I'm building a race car, so it's now a race car engine. It's still really not a race car engine. You need to think, I'm building a race car with a diesel engine in it. How do I make that work? Makes a little bit more sense that way. Let's save really quick. And then, so I should be able to just put this right in the base. So if we look, as you can see here, we have 100 coal. It starts with 100 coal. When we recall this, let's look at it now. All right, you can see we have 493 coal. So the coal is now in spy cakes. So I can spawn a truck or a train, and I can take that up to here whenever I want. So it's kind of nice to be able to do a little trip like that. So that's 2. That's not really worth the trip at the moment. But what this is nice about is by being able to store it in your base, whenever I feel like it, I didn't need to go take a truck and the scraper and a bunch of stuff up there. I took one vehicle up there, mine. Now, the nice thing with this is that scraper's not done. It still needs a bunch of testing. So by doing the first run up there, let's go ahead and work on it a little bit. Like, for example, I figured out that the electricity for the headlights is not working right. So if we look here, let's see, we have enable indicator. So these are not connected to anything. So you can see they're not connected. So those need to be connected. These were, let me check the backlights. All right, so let's go ahead and fix this. So where is my relay? Right here. So what's the hot side? So hot side is this side. So I want my lights on the hot side because normally in real life you can turn your lights on even if the even if your ignition's not on. What is that? That's dome. Is the monitor? It's monitor. Okay. All right, good. So that's plugged in now. Let's see what my capacity is now. So I think these are 27s. Yeah, so something was up. So I think these are 27s a piece because it's done by cubic. It's done by a cube. So essentially you'd have, that's 9, and then it's by 3, 27. So each cube can hold, you know, what is it, 10, right? 10, 27? No, each cube can hold 1, essentially. That's right, yeah, I think it's 1. Let's see, count them out. 1, 2, 3, by 5, 15. And then below here, the below is a little bit different, so I got to count those out. No, it's the same. All right, so it's double. So we should have 27 by 31. 27 by 31. 27 by 31. Okay. So let's see. 27 by 31. We should have 837 storage. So let's see. One of these microcontrollers is stopping it. So let's see. Scraper. What's that? Robotic power pivot. So let's see if I can find this here. Bill quantity right here. That goes to the panel. Okay, nope. 837's already in there. Did I put in 837? So I don't know why that was screwy. 837. Okay, so yeah, why did it stop it? I wonder if I have another number. Okay, right here. This is it right here. This number got screwed up. I changed it. So this needs to go to 837. So I'm going to go ahead and change these out with property numbers. That's a big step. I think that's a big new thing that's good for me is putting these in. So this is max. Oh my God. Click on the right one. Max. Bill. Volume. Okay. So fix that. That can be changed if I need to, but I doubt it will be. Hopper cutoff is good. Okay, 37. All right, so that's why it shut us off early because it saw that and shut it off. So that's fixed now. That should not shut off. Update that. Scraper, let's see, right here. All right, good. So that's, we should be able to do 837 in that scraper. Let's read some of this good chat here. Good to see Hamish. I haven't seen Hamish in a while. Yeah, Citrus was asking how old the scraper is. Let's look it up while I'm in there. Scraper was done last May, so it's not that old. Yeah, Scraper's not that old. Oh, your 24-speed transmission, lordy. Yeah, it's people just run at really high RPS and then they expect to cool it, and they're not considering, again, that's like running a big diesel truck engine at really high RPS. You'd be, one, you'd tear the engine apart, and two, you know, you'd make a ton of heat, you know. There was somebody on the official Discord yesterday asking, you know, they were saying, how's my cooling setup? And they had a cooling setup where I won't bring it up. I'm not picking on them anyway. I sent them a message, you know, trying to help them. But the essentially they had 4 5x5 radiators in a truck. I mean, it was in a car actually. I think they're 5x5s. I'm trying to find it. No, they look like they're 3x3s. They have 4 3x3s. Most of my builds, I have one of my car builds. I have one 3x3. That's it. And they're super easy to cool, even after pressure. I didn't have to do anything to them. Most of them are just working. You know, but yeah, people are revving like crazy, you know, and so it's, you know, if you rev at a normal range and you use a gearbox, but the problem is a lot of people, again, they don't understand transmissions, so what they're doing is they're trying to essentially use like just 1 or 2 gear ratios and rev it out to get the speeds they want. And you know, I can't stand the sound of it. The sound drives me nuts. But you know, but that's a big part of the problem. see. Okay. FS is back with his new name. Wonder what his name will be next week. Oh, he's got Citra speaking some sort of foreign language. I have no clue. Got little dots over it and everything. All right, let's see. Let's go ahead and we will sleep. Actually, let's see. Let's do a container mission. I've got to test out, or got to use all the builds from the challenge. Let's see if we've got a Komodo. I think we got a fresh set of containers here. The expireds haven't gone yet, so we don't have new ones yet. So I don't think we have one yet. Yep. When the expired goes, that green one, we need to get away from this base to do that. But good progress on the new build. Let's see if we can get a mission that takes us out of here. We're pretty good on money. We're not fan-frickin-tastic, but we're pretty good. Oh, hot dog, yeah. Hopefully everybody is going to have a good holiday. Lifeboat in distress, $2,000. So $2,000, that's pretty lowly, but you know, might as well take it, man. So let's see. Let's take out Vrigeau. I need to put up an updated version of Vrigeau at some point. That's one reason I want to bring it out. People have been asking for things, saying certain things aren't working. I haven't put an updated version up in a while, so I'd like to get one out so that people can have make sure it's working. You know, certain stuff I'm not going back to. You know, certain builds, like people have asked me to update, I'm just not going to go back to them. But most of my builds I still use. Certain stuff I don't. So, no transponder on this one, but wish I could rescue that animal. That would be something that I think would be in the devs' best interest. Is people, you know, I listen. They might already have this idea. You know, a lot of people were complaining about, oh, you know, animals. Who cares about animals? Blah blah blah. I like the animals. I know a lot of people are, you know, irrationally pissed off about the animals, but you know, I don't think they do any of this stuff just out of. I don't think they just pull it out of their ass. You know, they're a business. They can't waste a ton of time. There are certain things they did early that people assumed was just, you know, wasted time that later interacted with other major updates or DLC. You know, they did a bunch of that. Like when they started changing the way filters work, the part of the reason was for the oil update. They changed filters because they were changing the paradigm for filtering, so that when you're doing oil, you need to fraction it. Other types of, for example, instead of using a magic filter that filters salt out of water, they did desalinization. You know, they changed it now where we have gas relief and liquid relief, which let us either let liquids or air or gases in to a volume. You know, and so it was kind of a paradigm shift, and I think the same thing potentially could happen where we get some sort of animal husbandry with one of the major updates. You know, farming. You know, we have cows. We have a bunch of different animals. Not, you know, I'm not interested at all, frankly, in hunting. But like, I would love a mission. Say, for example, they give us a tranquilizer dart where you have a bear that's attacking a village, and you go trank the bear and you transport the bear. That would be fantastic. I would love that. That would, you know, allow me to have some cool gameplay. I'm gonna go steal all that shit in that thing, but you know, I would love to be able to, you know, I'm not going to kill the bear, but I'd like to tranquilize. Why can't I jump? I was standing right there. I couldn't jump. I think I was touching the rope. You know, I wouldn't mind tranquilizing the bear and then relocating the bear. That would be kind of a cool thing to do. It would be a really cool mission. The bear is wreaking havoc in the village. You go in with your tranq gun. Now you're on the ground with the bear, so it's risky. And then you have to be able to put the bear in your helicopter or whatever and take them away. And, you know, in every, like, 5... It's kind of like you could do it like a health bleed where, you know, normally where your character's health would bleed off as you're injured, That happens with the civilians. They start to lose health over time. The bear, it's kind of like Ark. You know, the bear would lose torpor over time. So you put a torpor gauge on there, and that would be how tired they are. And so as the bear starts to wake up, you might need to put another dart into them, or else they're going to wake up in the back of your helicopter. And then you transport the bear. It'd be kind of cool if they added cages, so you can put the bear in the cage, make it like a hopper. This is the way I think they should do fishing. Is the hoppers work fine. We have the mechanics, right? There is some, like most mechanics in game don't need to be super duper 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 realistic. There can be some gamification to it, and there needs to be, and there should be. And so, like, one element of that is going to be, for example, if you like your hopper now, you put coal in there, you put other minerals in your hopper. And so you could do one that looks like a fishing pot, like a crab pot, right? It's netting, and it's a square, and that's what a crab pot looks like, right? It's essentially a square with net. Now, doing actual physicalized netting in game is probably going to be a nightmare. Most like cloth physics, most like moving mesh is difficult in game to do and make look good. So most games have to fake it because it's too resource intensive. And you know, you see all these people every week complaining about multiplayer's lag fest. So the devs don't want to, you know, in my opinion, want to make it so that the game is more laggy. And so to do that, you kind of have to make sure it's not super lag intensive. So what they could do is essentially make new hoppers that look like crab pots. And then we have physicalized fish already, and make it so that when the pot goes in the water, it just looks like there's fish in there now. The pot's in there for 20 minutes. It looks like it's full of fish. Yay, you pull it out. And just like a regular hopper, you can dump it, right, with a funnel. I wish they would redo the way the funnels look, but you can dump it with a funnel, and you can dump it into a hopper that's in your ship. And that way you can transfer the fish from the pots to your ship, put them back in the water. Bingo, bango, yay. The other thing, for example, is when we go to turn turn ore into ingots. For example, to do steel, you take iron and you take coal, and it becomes steel. So we can pre-fill our hoppers with things. So one thing could be bait, right? So, for example, dead fish could equal bait. So, for example, one thing, you could club the fish that you just pulled out of your pot. So, let's say you get 100 fish in the first pot, right? You pull out 10 fish, you club them. Now they're dead fish. Well, dead fish equals bait. So what do? You take the dead fish, you pick it up in your hands, you put it back in the hopper, just like we can put coal in the current hoppers, and now the pot is baited again, and you go and you dump that in the water again. So you pick the pot up, you empty the fish in your hold, you refill it with bait, and then you go ahead, you put the pot back in so that it can soak and fill up again. And so that would be a cool way to do it, I think. And so we could do the same thing with, for example, the rescue animals. Let's say there is something called a cage, right? It's a hopper. It's, I don't know how big it would be. Let's say 5x3, right? You have a 5x3 brick, essentially, and it looks like a cage. And so when you pick up a bear, and you pick it up a bear is kind of a funny concept, but, let's say you pick up the bear, right? And you press E on the cage. Well, now it looks like there's a sleeping bear in the cage. And now you don't have to worry about the bear waking up. You can let the bear wake up because it's in the cage. And then when you press a button on the cage, the bear now teleports out of the cage and is now a live bear again. Either asleep or awake, depending on the state. There are a bunch of games that's how they do it. They despawn the entity when it's going into the, essentially, they call it a rabbit hole, but when it goes in the rabbit hole, it despawns the entity. And that's what I think they could do with some of these things to make it so that we could do cool things like animal husbandry, like, for example, putting cows in a trailer so that you can transport them to sell them at the market. So you go to the market, you buy calves, you bring them to your farm for a animal husbandry update, and if you have a bull and you have a cow and they're within a certain distance of each other, every once in a while you get a calf appear, And then over time, over a certain number of in-game days, or I think what would be better is feed state. So if you don't feed your cows for 2 days, they die. If you feed your cows for 2 days, they turn into a juvenile cow. If you feed them for 2 more days, they're now a mature cow. You load them onto a trailer, you sell them. It's simple, but it allows you to build a bunch of cool things like cattle trailers, different animal trailers. And then it's easy for them to expand where, for example, they could add pigs as a farmable object, chickens, and then you just change the cage size. So you do like a 3x3 cage for chicken. You need a 5x3 for a pig. You need a bigger one for a cow. I think that'd be really cool. Let me read some chat here. I'm trying to catch up. And that makes it so that you can take the mechanics you already know and know work, and you can expand upon them. Doing well there, Rasmus. How are you? Good to see you. That is actually a reindeer. That is the elk, I believe, and it's dressed up like a reindeer for Christmas. Because I had an elk that was in the water a couple days ago, or before they did the Christmas update, and then they did the Christmas update, and now that elk is, where the hell am I? Where the hell am I? I'm lost here. Where the frig am I? Did I go north? I have no clue where the hell I am. I'm talking too much. I better not be right here. Okay, there's one. Let's see where the hell I am. I'm not paying attention. I'm getting lost here. Where the hell's my keypad? There it is. We're looking at 154. Okay, I went north. Ha ha! There we go. Yeah, I went way north. I followed the north strip. That's what I did. What? Yeah, I followed the north strip. Okay. Yeah, so that would be kind of a cool way to take the mechanics that are already in game that work and work actually pretty well, and make it so that you could add new content like animal husbandry, fishing. Like those could essentially be the same thing. Like animal husbandry is essentially fishing on land. And fishing is fishing in the water. You're taking the cage, the pot, you drop it in the water. It accumulates fish over time, bring it up, and then you go and there's a market. And this is, I think, would be a really good thing for the devs to do, because this would take some of the dead areas of the map. This would be my suggestion for farming is down here. This area is pretty much dead. There's good roadways here. There's a tunnel here, good terrain, mountains. It's grassy. Put in some farmyards here. Put in corn. I would love to see a farming update, for example, where they have corn. And so it doesn't have to be corn, but crop. Let's say crop. And you have crop and you have a header. Do they need to go into as much detail as saying, oh, there's a header for corn? Because you would use a different header for corn and sunflowers than you would for, say, wheat, barley. They're different. You use a spinning reel for wheat, barley. You use a corn header for corn, sunflowers. And so would you need to do both? No. But what would allow you to do is if they had something called a header, let's say it's a 3x1 part, and that's the cutter, right? You would then be able to put hoppers on the front, right? As it cuts it, it would drop it into, quote unquote ore, and that would go into the hopper. That would be a cool way to do it. That way you could build whatever you wanted it to look like. If you want to grow corn, you could make it look like a corn head. If you want to do something else, you could put a reel on there. And it would just be mostly for looks, But that would be something cool. And again, the hopper would now take would take crops. And then you could take one of your normal, let's say my dump truck, right? It has normal hoppers in the back of it. Well, I could dump in coal, I could dump in metals, I could dump in corn. And now I take the corn, transport it, sell it. I think that would be cool. Read some of this good chat here. Stormworks tracks and hunt. . Yep, so Citrus saying he has poo-poo internet and just played multiplayer with 600 other people, all having trucks, and it was completely fine. Yep. So much of it is, your own PC, the host PC, where people are, and people wanted to play on these official servers that just couldn't take the load. It was just, you have a bunch of people with no rules doing whatever they want, and they spawn 28 Titanics, and they crash them into stuff, and, every time you crash into it, they're starting fires, and they're doing oil spills, and all this other stuff. And, they have to have reasonable expectations. And they also need to look in the mirror sometimes and say, yeah, it's probably my crap poo-poo internet that's causing my problems, not, it's not necessarily the game. But people, it's not just this game, but people love to blame the game when it is on their end, because guess what? You're not going to be able to go out and buy a brand new computer tomorrow and fix your problem. You're not going to be able to go get good internet to a very rural area. So that's kind of, you can't do anything about that. So it's easier to just rationalize it and blame the game sometimes. There are certainly, I 100% agree, there certainly are issues with multiplayer, 100%. But I think a lot of it is you can have a good time in multiplayer if you have reasonable expectations and you keep the group small, and, I hope, I'm not a big multiplayer fan or user for this game, but I want there to be great multiplayer, but it's probably not going to come until Stormworks 2. Not Stormworks 2, what are the friggin' they call it? I think they should just call it Stormworks 2. You have a brand, it's popular, call it Stormworks 2, and come out with a declarative statement. I think they get scared off by a bunch of the people who say, why is space in a search and rescue game? They need to come out and say, Stormworks is a building game. Search and rescue is a part of it. It's a theme of something you can build. But people can build whatever they want, and we're catering to the audience to let them build whatever you want. We don't want to artificially pigeonhole people into certain content. This is a game where you can build whatever you want. That includes space, and search and rescue has gone nowhere. That's the way I think the devs should handle it. But I think they're afraid to talk back to the community sometimes, which I think is something you need to do at times. You need to say, nope, you're wrong. You know what? This is our game. We're making the game we want, and in our game, you're going to be able to go to space now. People asked for it. We put it in. Those people are having a good time who asked for it. It's not for everybody, but guess what? That's fine. It's a DLC. You can either buy it or not. That would be my attitude of how I think they should talk to the community, or that part of the community. Most of the community is great. I would absolutely say the vast majority of the community is great. But that little loud group, they seem more populous than they are because they're just super loud, right? It's like when they call a peaceful protest a riot because you had a couple people who did something stupid. It's the same sort of thing, Let's see where we're at here. Let me read some of this chat here. How's it going there? Thick Tank Thomas. Oh, yes, I have a whale VTOL, a whale sub, and now you need a whale car. That'll be interesting, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's perfectly fine to add something like farming. I don't think they need to add huge mechanics to it, though. Like, I think what they should do is start with animal husbandry, because I think that would be the same mechanics as fishing. Fishing is something I think is needed. Nothing's needed, but I think fishing is something that would be a big crowd pleaser. I think it's something a lot of us have been waiting for a long time. And so, like, what I was talking with fishing is you'd essentially be able to do it with animal husbandry. It would be the same. They already have the animals in game. I don't think it is a coincidence that they added the animals. I think it has a deeper purpose. I always look back and I think about how long they worked on some of these things. Like, we see some hints of some of the things they've worked on, from years ago that are in the game now. It takes years to get some of these things in game. And so, they have long-term plans. So when people think they just, like, pull some of the stuff, I'm not insinuating that's anyone is thinking this way, but, like, there are certain people who think that they just pull some of this out of their ass. They're not. They have long-term plans. When they put out some of those animals, they were already working on the space DLC, And so, you kind of have to think that, okay, a year ago they put out some more animals, or they put out a bunch of animals. they could already have the mechanics in for making the animals usable, and they're not going to just say, well, we're not going to do it anymore, they're going to continue with that, but I agree, people want more fleshed out gameplay, but, the problem is they have to balance. There's a part of the community that every time they get bored, quote unquote bored, they go away. And so for that type of person who's easily bored, the people who have, for example, 600 games in their Steam, folder, or whatever it is, their Steam inventory, they have 600 games in there. Well, that's the type of person who doesn't stick with anything for very long. So when do they come back and play the game? They come back when there's new content. So new parts, DLCs, major updates. That's when those people come back. And so it's important from a business perspective to show that there are a lot of concurrent players. Whether that's good or bad, that's part of business for a game. They need to show that they have a lot of concurrent players. And so you need those people to come back periodically to keep those numbers up. And you have people like me who play constantly no matter what and never get bored because I come up with my own missions and things to do. And you have other people who they don't want to come up with their own things. They want the game to come up with things for them. So like again, they'll come back more when they get some new content. So it's a balancing act. I would like, absolutely, I do agree, is they need to make Industrial Frontier more useful. If you think back to oil, we got a bunch of oil updates and parts after they already put out the major. I would love them to come back. I've talked about it ad nauseum about the things they need to do for Industrial Frontier. But they could do a lot of cool stuff down here. And one of the things they could make Industrial Frontier more useful is they've done a good job with, for example, let's say they added fishing. You add a fishing port here, you add a fishing port here. You do it on both islands because you don't want to make it so that you need Industrial Frontier to access fishing. But they could add some cool stuff for that. Like, for example, for Industrial Frontier, we have this big arid desert, right? They could add some missions where you have to bring water places, right? There's a village here, and they, I don't know, find a village, but they need fresh water. Well, we're surrounded by ocean water, so that would be a good excuse to have a desalination tanker, is if they added a mission. They could do a lot of stuff that would expand the gameplay by just adding new missions. This is something a lot of people have been asking for, is new and varied missions, right? A mission that says, hey, this village needs fresh water. You go down, you suck a bunch of seawater into your tanker. One thing I think they should do is physicalize salt. So salt should become an ore. And so as you desalinize water, what you should be able to do is go up to the desalinator, and you should be able to click on it, and it will take a piece of salt into your hands, like you do with coal. And then you need a hopper, and you take that hopper, and now as the desalinator fills up with salt, you pull it out, you stick it in the hopper. They could even make it where if it fills up, it automatically drops out, so you put your desalinators over hoppers, and when they fill up with salt, the salt automatically ejects one salt, and it falls into the hopper, and so it's automated a little bit. And so, for example, you take your tanker truck down to the ocean, you fill it with ocean water, and as you're driving to where you need to go, it is automatically desalinating the water. The fresh water is now going back into the tank, and the salt is being taken out, and eventually you get fresh water. You dump it off at that village. Bingo, mission complete. That would be something cool and easy, and I think it would take them probably like 20 minutes. I don't know. That's excessive. If we had the parts, and the mission itself would be easy to do. Let's put it that way. So like little missions like that. I think dealing with the animals, that would be easy for missions. Again, like I said with the bear, there's a dangerous bear in town. Trank them and move them. Yeah, there's a lot of low-hanging fruit I think they could do. I think that would benefit them, is to hit some of the low-hanging fruit. Stuff like, I've talked about this a bunch before, is like they should, as far as I'm concerned, they should come out with a kind of a policy that every 2 weeks we're going to release one highly desired part. That would be something I think they should do. And so, for example, people are always asking for window parts, right? People have been asking for the 1x3 wedge for a very long time. All right, and so here, let's see. I have a 1x3 wedge. Where is? I have one somewhere. It's in here. Here's a 1x3 wedge. People have been asking for this for 100 years. Give it to us. Take the 10 minutes it would take to build the 1x3 wedge and put it in game. And then, you know, let's say you have a fix, like fix week. Let's bring up the updates here and we can see what the fix weeks look like. So like here, let's so like this was announcement week last week. We had a hot fix there. And then if you look at the bottom here, you have fix. This is a fix week, right? We didn't get much. So we got end effectors cut rope. That was an added feature. Not something I'm going to use much, but if you look, people were asking for this. You can go in there and look for those. People were asking for it. Let's actually bring it up. You know, it's like, it was funny. In these comments, it was sad what it really was, but in the comments there, somebody was like, nobody asked for this. Okay, first of all, hyperbole is never helpful. But if you go ahead and you look for, was it 19287? 19287. No, it's not going to let me search like that. Let me see. 18. It's not going to let me search like this. Let me see if I can find it. I'm trying to find this. Hopefully it's not too hard to find. But anyways, they did, you know, they are numbered. People have been asking for this. They even showed, these are the ones people have been asking for. People have been asking for that part. So it's in. You know, on one of these weeks where they do a bunch of fixes, I think their new policy should be always give us something part related, because people have been asking for it. It doesn't need to necessarily be parts, but they could add it. So for example, let's say next week, right, they said they're focusing a lot on fixes right now. Okay, we get a bunch of fixes. New feature, 1x3 wedge. Done. Takes them 10 minutes, build the wedge, give it to us. Okay, next week, 1x3, you know, pyramids. I think they should give them all to us at once. Don't string them out. Stringing it out, I think, is the bad way to do it. But come out with 1x3 parts. So you get 1x3 wedge, 1x3, 1x3, what is it? Corner piece, 1x3 pyramid. 1x3 be a 3x1 corner piece, 3x3 corner piece. Give us all the 3x3 parts. Maybe it'll take somebody an hour to make them in the dev team, and they come out and people have been asking for it forever. Just give it to us, right? People have been asking for those pyramid blocks for a while. Give them to us in a weekly update. Window blocks, right? I would love to see, if I bring up let's bring up the mini truck here. Like the mini truck, I don't have no clip on. Like the mini truck's window is essentially, it's a 1x3. So the windshield is at whatever the angle is, 1x3. I'm not going to do the math. Like it would be a 45-degree angle for a 1x1. A 1x2, what would it be? Half of that maybe? Is it completely half? I can't tell. I'd have to do the math. I'm not interested in doing the geometry on it. But like, grab my mini truck. Like the windshield on this, you notice the windshield is, it's taking up 3 tall. Was it taking up 3 tall? 3 tall, and it's taking 2 in. So it's a much steeper rake, and that allows us to have more reasonable windows. You know, you could even do one that was started here, and it only takes up 1 block. And so giving us like the window pieces at different angles like that, people have been asking for that forever. You know, for example, one thing I'd like to see them do is all of these bridges here, you have to get out of whatever you're doing, and you need to press the button to get the bridge to go up. You need to press this button. Okay. Now, what should they add? They should add an antenna on here, and do a small antenna, man. Make us get close. For example, if you have a huge antenna and this has a small antenna, we can still trigger this from 20 miles away. But what would happen is you would get in here, and so this is how they do it in real life. What they would do is they would have a frequency on the bridge, and they also have it on the chart. So what I'd like to see them do is put some paint blocks, right? The bridges are already in game. They already did the hard part, making these bridges work, animating them, actually designing them. The bridge is in, but they're pretty useless. That's the problem, is they could clean up some of this uselessness and make it fun and useful. And what they could do is put a paint block right here that said the bridge frequency. And so let's say the frequency was 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So as you're coming in, you use your binocular, you see, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. You type in 1, 2, 3, 4, and bingo, you press the button, the bridge goes up, right? Pretty simple there. All right, bridge goes up. Yay, now I can take my ship through, the bridge automatically goes up. If I forget to shut it off, the bridge will stay up until I get a certain distance away or I despawn my vehicle. So the bridge isn't going to stay up if you despawn your vehicle and then you're coming along in your truck like, 6 months later. Oh shit, I left the bridge up, right? You don't have to worry about that. As soon as you despawn the vehicle or you get out of range, the antenna is now no longer triggering it to go up and it would automatically shut, And that would be something cool I think they could do. That would be a good weekly update. All they'd have to do is add, I know I say all they'd have to do, but I don't think it would take that long to add that functionality. It might take them an hour to make the part work, and then they just bring it to each bridge, and now you would have bridges that I would say would actually be useful because it sucks. If I take Triton through here, I'd have to get out of Triton, come over here, press the button. It's not realistic. What would you do in real life? You get on the radio, you call the bridge operator. So the same thing would be getting on your antenna and triggering the bridge remotely. That would be something they could add, I think would be good. Yeah, I agree with you, Hamish. That's the thing is, I think, they need to come back here, I think. That is the one benefit of not working on a DLC. Like, I would love it if they did another DLC next year. But they said they're not going to. They're going to focus on fixes and stuff. And, it wouldn't surprise me if they did another big thing here. I think they should. I think they need to fix this. This is just silly. One of the reasons I think a lot of people don't use Industrial Frontier is how silly the setup is here. And I've been over that 100 times. I'm not going to go over how they should fix the logistics of this. But for example, like Hamish saying, the rail lines, they have a lot of cool rail lines here that are pretty much useless. The main use for the rail line would be mining, but they could add other stuff. For example, if they added fishing in one of the major updates, right, put a fishing port somewhere. I would love to see it on an inland sea here because then you would have to come in and put the fishing port, right? So you dump the fish into the workbench. So actually, you know where would be the best place for fishing? JSI, right? JSI is a fishing group, right? Put the JSI dock as your fishing base, right? You can store fish in the mineral hoppers here, right? Same hopper. You don't have to redesign it. Fish go from a hopper into the mineral hopper. So you take your boat in, right? You can't spawn. So you spawn your fishing boats here, despawn it. Now you have fish in here. The problem is they weren't thinking logistics, man. They really weren't. Because ideally the train line would go here, but it's not the end of the world. Well, it kind of is a little bit. It's not the end of the world, but it's annoying. Right here at JSI, right, you can only spawn sea vessels, right? So the problem becomes this, is let's say I despawn and my fish are in the hopper here. Well, I should be able to then spawn a truck, put them on the truck, and then take them to the train. Because they're not going to move the train line here. I think they probably should. But let's say that you park your train here. You can take your truck and put the fish on the train, or you could take your truck and then you could drive your fish off to wherever they go, the cannery. That would be something they could do to make this. It's Industrial Frontier. They could add industrial now. If they're not going to do it as a DLC, I think they have to make it so you can do it up here. So put in another fishing village. I would love to see Olsen. Olsen's pretty useless, right? Olsen would be really cool as a fishing base. Put a beginner size, a small sea base here, right? So you put a small place here. This is where you would do small scale fishing. You spawn a small fishing boat here. You go out, you fish. When you despawn it, there's now a mineral hopper here. You can put fish in. You now take your truck. You grab your fish. You drive your fish off to the supermarket, cannery, whatever next industrial stage. That's how you sell your fish. That would be a really cool way to introduce this. Also, if you want to put all your fish on a train, you can bring those up. But, adding some train stuff to do down here would be really cool. One thing I think they could do that would add a great versatility to the game that would use the current infrastructure is passenger transport, right? The community loves the Stormlink mod. Give us innate passenger transport. Now, there are a bunch of things I don't like with Stormlink. I think they could make it better. The devs could make it better. For example, make the pasture transport missions. And so what you would do is, okay, there's a mission at Endare to transport people from Endare to Tajin up in the Arctic. Okay, it's a long distance. It's worth a lot of money. As you progress in pasture missions, you get more and more people, further and further distances. That would let it scale, so you could have a tiny airplane, and then you could go to a bigger airplane. But anyway, you get a mission at Endare. So part of the problem with Stormlink is it populates the NPCs everywhere all at once. That's problematic. It caused the game to be laggy. It makes it so that it would never work in multiplayer. They can't do that. So what you do is you have a mission pop up. We have 5 people at Endare who want to be transported to, I'll do right here, Clark. Okay. So now you have 5 people. Now remember the mission system, the people don't spawn and populate until you get close. The same thing with missions, right? The actual people don't populate until you get close. Do it here, right? There's a mission at Endare to transport some people. You come in and land. As soon as you get close to the airport, bingo, you get 5 people spawn standing right here. So they don't just pop in front of you. You come over, you know, I would use the same. I don't like the Stormlink mechanic where you say fill seats or whatever. I think what's better is use the mechanics we already have in game. Go pick up the people, put them in the seat. Pick up seat, pick up seat, pick up seat, right? You put 5 people in, it doesn't take that long. All right, take the airplane out, you fly over here, and then you have to take the people off your plane, dump, 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 dump. Good. Mission complete. That now makes it so that this stuff is usable, and it starts to put missions everywhere there's an airport, you get a mission. I would love them to add cargo. So you have a small cargo container like the size of my cargo pallets. Standardize it. That way we know what the standard is. We have a small airplane cargo pallet, right? And so you get another mission, Endare. Bring cargo from Endare to Clark. Same thing. It's the same thing as the pastures, but it's cargo this time instead. You come in, as you get close, bingo, the little cargo pallet spawns. You can even make it like these cargo systems, but they're airport cargo containers. I think it would be better with missions just because that way you don't have them sitting there all the time, but I don't know. I would kind of think it would be cool if at every airport there are like 4 or 5 of those little airplane cargo containers there. You come into Endare, you pick up whichever one you want. You have one for Clark, you have one for FJ, you have one for Tajin. You go, okay, you fly them off. Let's say we're taking the Albatross, land at Clark, take off, land at FJ, take off, go up to Tajin, dump it. Beautiful. All right, that would be really cool. Let's say I don't want to take it via airplane. I come over with my mini truck. I load it in my mini truck and I drive it all the way over, right? That's good. Let's say you start getting train cargo missions. That would be nice, right? And instead of doing, like one thing they would have to do is do a standardized rail car. Well, let's say at Serpentine's train yard, they had 3 train cars spawn and they say, we have a mission. You need to take 3 train cars from Serpentine to whatever this one is, Brains train yard. So what do? You come down here, you back in, you hook your locomotive up to the 3 train cars. You take the train cars up here. It gives you the same message we already have in game. Mission completed, cargo delivered. Unhook it, done. That would be really cool and simple, I think. They have some cool stuff here. For example, propellant factory. So the propellant factory could have, you know, you tend to spawn things that would be at a propellant factory. That would be kind of cool to do. You know, so they could do a bunch of stuff like that. So, for example, propellant factory, whatever is required for the propellant factory, this could require, I don't know, 10 tankers full of oil or something. Fill it with oil. It puts out a product that now you take your propellant, and the propellant goes to Monkey Brain launch site. So you go in, you despawn it here, bingo, you're in good business there. But that would be some cool stuff I think they could add with trains. So maybe I'll do a video at some point, but there's a bunch of cool stuff they could add with trains. You know, moving cargo, giving us actual cargo missions I think would be cool. You know, there's a lot of really cool rail lines in here. Give us some use for them. That's important. You know, Mauve Train Yard has 2 has 2 passenger cars. You could do it this way too. Mauve Train Yard has 2 passenger cars that need to go to wherever the hell you want to go. You know, I don't know. Put a tiny little station right here, and need to go to FJ. So what do? You take your locomotive, you come over to Mauve, you grab the 3 passenger train cars. They look like passenger train cars. They have people already on them, spawned and sitting in their seats. Even make them people you can't pick up. Like, we have those already. So they're stuck in their seats. You take them along the rail line. Bingo, you bring them here. You disconnect from your train cars, and they're delivered, and you get a bunch of money. That would be really cool. That would put trains back on the menu. You know, you could do some really long ones where you go from Serpentine. We have 3 passenger train cars, or cargo. You could do cargo and train cars where you have some cargo here, and you pick up some passengers over here. You head up, you take the cargo, you dump the cargo off somewhere on the rail line. You then continue on, and you dump the passengers here at Spy Cakes where they belong. That would be a really cool way to do it. That would integrate trains. That would give people more things to do, I think. Yeah, I kind of agree with you, Hamish. I think it's nice. Like, the containers, I'm not a big... I don't mind I think there should be container missions 100%, but I also think it would be nice to have, like, a couple airplane cargo containers always sitting at the airports, kind of like this. Because let's say I fly in, I'm like, oh, what do I want to do next? Oh, I could bring a couple containers. It's kind of nice for that. But yeah, I agree that I think having missions like that where, again, it says it spawns a passenger train car, you know, that would be really cool because it would give you a reason to, you know, I just did a rescue mission. I really don't want to do another rescue mission. But bingo, hey, I just got a mission that said there's a passengers that need to be transported. Okay, so I drive to my nearest spawn place for trains. I take my locomotive down. I snatch the load. I go deliver the load. That would be a lot of fun. I think that would be really cool. And then you could do kind of your own little, like, integration. For example, let's say I'm up here mining at Kobold, right? I have 6 train cars sitting here that I've been filling with ore for a couple days, right? And then I get a mission to go get pastures. Well, I might come down, detach my... I might, you know, let's say I don't detach. Let's say I grab my train cars, and I go and I grab the pasture cars. And on my way, I dump off my ore, and then I continue on my way, and I dump off the pastures, right? Something like that would be kind of cool. It lets you string together missions. It lets you plan a little bit. That gives you good depth of gameplay. But yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. I think that would be kind of cool to have spawnable missions because I think that's really good. Yeah, yeah. So I think that adding some missions to this area, we have some cool areas, man. We got the aluminum terminal. Like, for example, we have it where we can mine already. We can mine our own aluminum. But a lot of people are not interested in that, whatever, and that's fine. And sometimes I'm not feeling it myself. But let's say you got a mission. You know, there's a train car of aluminum at Kepton that needs to be moved down to Empire Industries Metal Ore Foundry. Now, instead of me actually doing trading myself, what I'm doing is a mission. So I take my locomotive up, I grab the aluminum car, I take it down here, and I get paid for my time. I don't get paid for the ore. So if you're not interested in the ore interaction, you don't have to have it. You could do that. And the same thing would happen up here, right? You get some stuff up here. Let's say it's coal. So you're up here, right? You get a mission. There's a train car at Spy Cakes. Now, this could actually work really easily up at Spy Cakes. Let's do it. So let's say that right now we can spawn in this base alone, right? That's the only place we can spawn train cars. So let's say this is a mission one here. This is a mission one here. This is a mission one here. So what happens is as we get missions for Spy Cakes, they spawn on the different rail lines. So you get let's say 2 train cars of coal spawn in 4. Right? 2 more spawn in 3, 2 more spawn in 1. So maybe you wait until there's 6 missions out of Spy Cakes, and now what do? Well, you spawn your locomotive here, you go in, you attach, and now you have a long train car full of, some of it's coal, some of it maybe passengers. So let's say one of the pasture missions is to go to, I don't know where it goes on the main island here. Let's just say Komodo. So you get a couple train cars of coal out of here, and you get one pasture car. So you hook up, you go, you take them over here, and now you detach your containers. You detach your coal. They have to be in the barns. So you go in, drop coal, back it up, drop coal, continue on with your pasture car only, and you come down and wherever. Let's say you come all the way to O'Neill, and now you drop off your pasture car of pastures. Bingo, you get money. You got money for the coal. You got money for that, and it's a mission. That would be really cool, I think. Yeah, because a lot of people, they might like to build a locomotive, but they don't want to build the rolling stock. This would give you rolling stock. You know, you have, for those who are unfamiliar with it, let me bring it up. We have, where are you at there, guy? Where are they? Engineers of Stormworks are all about trains. You know, so if you come in here and you go on, where's rolling stock? They changed some of this how it was. You used to have rolling stock and locomotives. I think they made them all one now. But like you see, like you have people here who are building stuff all day long. They're putting rolling stock on the workshop. What I would do is if I was the devs is this. You know, there's already pretty much, these guys already have a standardized rail system. So what they should do is, listen, we're going to add a bunch of rail missions. What we're going to do is we're going to hold a competition. First thing we want is a standardized system. So what's going to happen? The standardized system that these guys use, because it's the most popular system, is likely going to be the one used. So the devs take that on and say, okay, we're going to use the EOS standard. We're going to call it the EOS standard in honor of EOS. That's, you know, show some recognition for the community doing some work. So the EOS is the standardized system for rail. Perfect. Okay, so next what do? Then you hold a competition. We're going to have a competition. We, the devs, are going to pick our top 10 pieces of rolling stock, and that's going to be featured in the game as missions. Okay, good. So you have a tanker car. You do a tanker car challenge. The devs pick their favorite tanker car. You do a coal car challenge. Devs pick their favorite coal car. You do a pasture car challenge. They pick their favorite pasture car. Maybe they could do a couple of them. You know, the thing of it is it's going to have to be not that resource intensive. It's going to have to be streamlined and optimized. That's why I think the devs should pick, not the community, because the community will pick the one that looks the best, that has the most bells and whistles. That will lag the game out. Then the multiplayer community will whine and cry and complain that, oh my God, the multiplayer is so laggy. Well, you know, the community picked the most laggiest train car. Of course it's laggy. So let the devs just pick it. They can pick the one that's optimized. They can choose whatever decision they choose. They pick the one that they pick. And then we could get those cool missions. I think that would be a really cool thing to do. It would make some of the stuff useful again. I think that would be really a good idea. But I don't know. I think that would be fun. Have a bunch of missions like that. But I do like this. I do like this container system, having just random containers, because I'll come down here and I'll be like, okay, I'll go there. You know, it's a good thing. I was like, oh yeah, I got one for Komodo. I'll go do a container now, because I was looking to do one. Let's see. Where do I want to go? Trying to see. I don't own North. Let me see. What are we looking for money? We got a good bit of cash here. Trying to think what I want to do next. Wouldn't mind doing a container mission. Don't own FJ. See what I want to do next. Let's go get another mission for now. But yeah, I think that would be a good way to get the community involved again. You know, that's, I think, one of the reasons why Industrial Frontier is not rated highly is I love Industrial Frontier, but there's not much innately to do there unless you make your own content. And I have no problem with that, but I understand a lot of people don't want to make their own content. They want the content made for them, and that's perfectly fine. So I think the devs could easily make some really simple missions where Yellow Cabrio, rescue one casualty. Okay, I think the devs could easily make some missions like that would be really good. And I think that's what they should do. Make some really simple missions that we can do like that. You know, people have been asking for updated missions for a long time. You know, and it's like Rasmus was saying, you know, there's a lot of low-hanging fruit, and I agree. That's what I'm always thinking is, like, some of these things are just simple goals. Like, You know, they should be able to knock some of these things out of the park pretty simply by, you know, just really simply doing X, Y, or Z. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to answer a message while I'm doing this. All right, let's see. What do I want to take? A couple of my vehicles need some fixes, so let me show you guys something really quick. Don't want to go through this. I won't do it right now. What do I want to take? I don't know. Let's see. Do I want to do this mission? I'm trying to think what I want to do. I'm trying to get a setup for some more, to do some more things. Red Cabrio. They need to go to the hospital. Let's do this. Let's do this. I want money, so let's do this. Let's grab the Mac R dump truck. All right, so we have coal in the base here, so I'm going to just move these up to 100 so that they spawn coal in. We're only rescuing one person, so as you see, missing coal, that means we have it all. All right, so we have all the coal. Let's see, we should have, I think we had 493 was what we had in there. So this is on the workshop. Yep, 493, so we're full. Yeah, so this mechanic that you have where you can just dump stuff in the base, I think it's a good mechanic. That can work for fishing. I think they probably will use that mechanic. I hope they do. It makes sense. It's easy. And that way they could easily add some of that fishing mechanic to things. You know, essentially instead of putting ore in the base, you put some fish in there and the base holds fish, you know. I think a cool part they could add with fish is like often what they'll do is they'll ice the fish. So what you could do is you could make an ice maker. That would be kind of cool. So you would have to take in fresh water, which means you would have to desalinize the water that's in the base already. Did it say repair? I think I have a repair torch here. Just says take them to the hospital. Okay. So let's say you take the salt out of the water, and then you feed it into the ice machine. And the ice machine makes physicalized ice. The ice machine will hold 10 ice, okay? You then go with your player character and you pick out ice in your hand, and you put it in the hopper. If the ice machine is connected to the hopper, it automatically fills the hopper with ice. Now, generally what you'll do with fish is they'll pack the fish with ice, or they'll have a refrigerated compartment. I would be happy if they do both. So let's say you take the ice machine, right? You plumb it in. It needs fresh water. So you either start with a tank of fresh water or you desalinize the water to get fresh water. You feed the ice maker electricity. If it's sitting on top of a hopper or connected to a hopper, it will put ice in the hopper. And then what you do is, for example, you could do some logic where let's say the hopper is 50% ice. You want the hopper to be 50% ice, 50% fish. So once that ratio is achieved, the ice maker no longer runs. And so let's say you put one fish in, that's 10%, so you need to put 10% ice in. The ice maker would run until there's 10% ice in the fish hopper. All right, so now you have that. If the fish does not have ice in there, it will rot. Let's say every hour, I don't know, 10 ice disappear because it melts. So the ice machine would automatically start making more ice. So I think that'd be really cool. That would add the engineering element. I think some of these things need to be multi-stepped so that you as the engineer have something to build. I think that would be a really cool idea too. Yeah, but I'm with Hamish on like adding some things to do with the toys we already have. I think is a good idea. I hope that's the direction they're going. It sounds like to some extent that's what they're doing with announcing that, you know, they purposely announced they're not doing another DLC. You know, they said they're focusing on fixes. You know, fixes don't necessarily mean adding those elements, but I think those could be some really good ideas. So I think what I'll do is I'll make a video at some point of that, of how, you know, essentially how to add content to areas we already have to make them more interesting. I think that is something that a lot of people have been looking for, and I think that would be a good addition. And did I put my drop axle down? No, I didn't. Okay. Let me put my drop axle down. There goes the drop axle. Oh, shit, shit, shit. Don't, you fucker. Oh, God damn it. That sucks. That sucks a million times over. Piss. Oh, that sucks an immense amount. Coal is so friggin' heavy. That sucks to the end of the earth. That really blows. Shit. God damn it, I was distracted putting the drop axle down. Pisser. That is pisser to the nth degree. Well, I did just build a friggin' crane. That crane's not going to be strong enough to pick this big bitch up out of the water. That sucks on an epic scale. That's so pisser. That really is pisser. Oh, that is pisser. Pisser, pisser, friggin' pisser. I lose all that coal if I despawn it. Ugh, that is just gross. Gross beyond belief. Right. Ugh. I'm so annoyed with myself now. That sucks. That straight up sucks. Alright, I'm gonna need a bunch of cheats on to run this sucker. I think I just need infinite electricity on for now. I haven't hooked everything up. That sucks, but at least I get to use this. I'm not happy at the moment. That blows. I don't know where I left off on this. Be a good test for this. Just didn't pay attention for like 2 seconds. I was trying to show you guys the drop axle going down, and I stopped paying attention. I drove off the friggin' cliff. That's usually part of the thing where I always go to first person is right there because it's like cliffy and annoying. Triton would be the best bet if I could afford Triton right now, but I cannot afford Triton at the moment. You know, if I can't lift this out, that's not the end of the world. What I'll do is I will drop down a hopper and I'll pull the coal because it's not a ton of money, but you know, this is good emergent gameplay. It gave me a reason to use this. Hopefully this makes up the fucking hill. I haven't gripped these tires up yet. So these tires aren't gripped. This thing was early days too. You son of a bitch. Had to be Hell Hill too that I had to go up. Piss off, tree. I blame chat. I was trying to show you guys the drop axle going down. Completely ballsed off the cliff. What's that? What is that? Fox. Ba-da! I don't know if you guys could hear the fox, but he's going ba-da! Yeah, friggin' just drove off the cliff. What is that? Another deer or something in the water? Let's try something here. Let's bring this back. Let's go ahead and let's do a save. I need to test some stuff here, so let's go ahead and Let's go ahead. I'm going to load up. I need to go use the bathroom anyways, but I'm going to load up the... We'll make this into an actual... we'll make this work for me. So let's go ahead, and what I want to do is... Wow, why do I have so many friggin' saves here? I have to get rid of some of these. I was doing some testing. The airlock, I had to put a safety system in the airlock. I screwed up a couple things when I was... I thought I had another day for the sub challenge, and I rushed out a couple things at the end. I had to do a bunch of testing. Let's see. That can go. 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 Where's my custom game is what I'm looking for. I hope I didn't delete custom. There it is. Alright. Let's go ahead, and what we're going to do is I'm going to... what we're going to do is I'm actually going to try to finish up the crane to get it into a usable state, and I'm going to test it by filling a dump truck up with that much coal and see if it's possible. That'll be a good test for this. The likelihood is probably F no. If that's the problem, I'm going to then test Triton, see if Triton can lift it up. If not, we're going to pay a rescue service to pick up our goddamn dump truck. Alright, so let's grab the crane. I'm going to go hit the bathroom really quickly. I'll be right back. I'll play one of my most recent shorts. I need to make like a little I wish I could do a shorts playlist. I probably can. Let me see if I can make you guys a quick shorts playlist. I'm trying I keep meaning to do this and I keep forgetting. I'm trying to do this so that when I like use the facilities, I have something I can put on. It doesn't even take me very long, but like to get my drink and that cuz I don't get a break. So see if I can find make a quick little playlist here of shorts. I don't know if you can make... Yeah, you can't make shorts a playlist, which is kind of gross. See if I can do... Trying to see if I can play all my shorts. That's the question. Kind of a good little intermission thing because they're short. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, let me see. Okay, I can do it now. Okay, I see what I have to do. All right, good. Quick grenade, so... That's good. Okay, so I'll make a little playlist that I can play while I go use the facility here. Won't take long, but it's... I keep meaning to do this, and I keep putting it off. I have like 9 million things I'm like, I want to do. Okay, they're already in there. I do have a shorts playlist already. All right, let me see if I can find it. Okay, there we go. I found it. I found it. Alright, so I'll play you guys my shorts thing for just a couple minutes while I'm screwing around, getting a drink, and going in the bathroom. So let's see. So see, it's going to heave up. We need to come down with it. This is landing on Triton with Katie. Alright, guys, I'll be right back. Just going to use facilities. And let's try to slam the sucker down. I need to get down. Come on. Fighting. Oh, no. Alright. We're doing well now. Don't over control. A lot of talking to myself. There we go. Oh. I can save this. Famous last words that pilots should never say is, I can save this. The proper words to say is, go around. But, it's a game. I'm going to save it. And as you can see, that's why we don't say save it, why we actually do a go around. So, perfect example of me being a bonehead and doing exactly the opposite of what I said I should do. Yep, that's why we don't do it is, that should have been a go-around. I wasn't set up, and I tried to do it anyways, and you see the results. All right, so we're going to go on a gun run here. So we have 4 cannons. We should be able to hammer them pretty hard with this. Nice thing is we can get nice and slow with this aircraft. That really allows me to stay on station. So don't have anything like a sight just because of space limitations. But we can stay on target really long and hammer him pretty hard. So again, this is close air support, so get the speed nice and slow, maneuver, come right back on target here. So we want to be careful we don't overextend. There we go, got him. So it's tough to stay on target. Oh, I might be able to get on this guy. If I can get on him, I'm taking him down. Yep, I'm behind him. All right, we're following this jet. We're going to take the jet out. Beats. Ah, he's toast, he's toast, he's hit, he's hit. It's good night, son, good night, son. There we go, Sky Raider took the jet. So, maneuverability and an actual pilot wins out on somebody's Eurofighter. 93 Alpha, we are visual runway 30. 93 Alpha, clear to land runway 30. Clear to land runway 30, 93 Alpha. Landing checklist. Gear down, flaps set, lights are on. Landing checklist complete. Thank you. Wind check. So you call on the radio sometime, wind check. Wind is come. So I'll tell you, so right now I'm aiming at the aiming bars. Those 2 squares, you see the squiggly lines? The smaller airports, the smaller runways in game don't have as many. That's how it is in real life too. The big solid squares, the ones I'm aiming at. Landing gear down 3 green. You often check it right as you are about to land to make sure that your gear is down. That's the most important thing. I'm going to gently start picking my nose up, pulling throttle back, and I'm flaring. And that's all she wrote there. Stormworks Saturday event. December 17th. Join us 11 a.m. PST, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, 7 p.m. GMT on December 17th. Oh crap. I'm up a mountain and the Stormy Awards is tomorrow. I gotta get out of here, man. Stormy Awards Saturday. We gotta be there, people. Gotta go support Endo. And I'm stuck up in here in the Arctic. So I'm gonna catch a flight. I'll be there. I hope you guys are there. Let's enjoy the Stormy Awards. Let's enjoy everybody's hard work throughout the year. All the beautiful builds, all the great builders, and especially Endo putting together this community event for us all. This is gonna be a fun time, and I hope to see you there again Saturday, December 17th at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. See you there, guys. Bye-bye. I'm going to go ahead and I see the airport, so go ahead and turning for the runway. That's because I never took my cruise. Alright, I am back. Talk to you guys, so. Aviate, navigate, communicate. Communicate's last. Alright, good. So that works as a little intermission thingy. Alright, so let's get this working. Let's do a test. So first thing I want to do is grip these tires up. So let's see what version this is. So let's actually open it up. Alright, mobile crane. Let's grab that. So usually on something with this few of axles, I'll make it a 5 grip on the tires. Let's see. There it is right here. Mobile crane right there. I didn't change it, so I need to change it here. Mobile crane right there. No, piss off. Open mobile crane, please. All right, let's change these up to 0.99s. Let's change them to what tire. I think what do I want on these for tires? I like these tires. We'll keep them like that. All right, good. I think I got all 4 of them. Let me check. Done, 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 and done. Okay, good. So that's gonna save. All right, let's bring it up now. Yes, please. Find that. Replace. Let's make them 5s. Because this only has 4 tires. Replace all. Save that sucker. All right, so that now has is gripped. It is gripped. All right, good. We have fuel in there. What am I missing? It was having problems starting this engine, so we have plenty of fuel. Let's see. Oh, I went to the. I'm hooked to the wrong one. That's why. That's why I'm having problems. It's got to go here. So. See symmetry. Okay, symmetry's off. That would be why I'm having problems here. Exhaust is going the wrong way right there. Nope. Nope, that's right now. Okay, it's good now. Let me check the air too, make sure I didn't screw the air up. I did. I did. I meant to move it. I never did. Okay. That will go so it doesn't confuse me, because I'm confusing myself with that. All right, good. That's why I need to throw on infinite fuel for that second there. Did not like it. All right, good. So that should work. All right, let's get a test poll on this. Let's save this real quick. Stick one here in case I need it. Opening music. Really? 3 hours already? 3 hours already. Let me see. Catch up on chat a little bit. Yeah. Hot Hatch and the Red Mac, both in the drinky. How's it going there, Penwell? Yep. No, see you later, Zachy. That was some of them were. I put sideways for the shorts. I don't do that anymore. I don't know. Is anyone else having problems with the mic or not? Oh yeah, that video. Good. So keep in mind, guys, when you chat on, hey, you know, the stream is glitchy, or you know, your mic is too low. You know, it could be just for you too, because you know that's why I always ask like everybody else, because some people say the stream's glitchy. It's not. It's glitchy for them, and so I'll spend the time screwing with it, and it's not for me. It's for them. You know, their screen's glitchy and everyone else is fine. So keep that in mind as well. So, you know, need be turn. Yeah, see, like everyone else there, Penwell, no problem. So it's likely on your end. All right, let's go ahead and did I save this? I think I did. Let's save one more time. Let's bring the Mac in. All right, let's see where we're at. All right, so we have 439 in there. Let's go full bones on this. I think one will get me there. You see where we're at. 439 was in the Mac. Trying to test it. 225. Okay, so two of them should do it. It's 450. 450 is close. Not perfect on there. I know Airwing. I was watching Airwing Marine last night, and he was having that issue. Like people were like, "Oh, you like X, Y, or Z with your stream," and it wasn't him; it was them. And you know, it just you end up spending all this time trying to fix the stream. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just one person, and it's on their end. So. All right, there's 495, so we're right where we need to be. don't know why I felt the need to move forward, but I did. I don't know why I did. All right. I don't know why I moved forward. I can extend the boom, but I forget what the key is for this. Let's see. Magall's 4. Okay. There is hope, people. There is hope. He'll do it. That is delicious. That's awesome. I was very skeptical this was going to be able to work, but I think we're going to be all right. This is with the Magall, too. I brought that rope because if I needed to, I was going to attach the rope. Because I can rope this sucker off, too, so... But... And that's got a lot of coal. Coal is friggin' heavy. Which, this is awesome. I can load trains like this, too, now. This crane seems like... The crane doesn't look huge, but it's pretty damn big. Crane's pretty damn big. That's beautiful. We're going to get a screenshot of that. That might be the new pick. So this will work. So I was skeptical. I really didn't want to have to pull Triton out to go get it. Because I was going to charge myself a pretty friggin' penny to go get Triton. There we go. Yeah, I was going to charge myself like 30 grand or something to go pull that out with Triton. All right, so this will work. Length, the distance we have might be a problem. Those should be, what is the range on those? Let's check them. So we get 40 meters. So we're not going to have 40 meters on those. Problem is that the big ones are too big, as far as I'm concerned. These are... They stick out like a couple... Yeah, those are too big for me. Yeah. So 40 meters is all we have for space. So... Trying to think of the best way to do this. Alright, so what I want to do is I need a winch and a turnbuckle to grab it. So what I think we'll do is grab the Mack Wrecker. So let's grab that. And what we'll do is we'll grab... I might try to just grab with the Wrecker because this one here will do most of what I need. And then is this roped off? That goes to here. Okay, I can hook it there. Let's see. And then what do I have on there? I have that. So let's go... Okay. Let's go and we'll attach the rope from here to there. Save that wrecker. All right, let's get back in the career game. Yeah, so I think I'm going to drag it out with the Mack. The Mack, like, has a lot of good grip. So I'm going to try to get it going. And then if the Mack can't pull it up the hill, which it may not be able to, what I'm going to do is then grab the crane and the Mack will hold it because I need to get within 40 meters of it to hook it to the crane. So this will be kind of fun doing a multi-stage operation here. Way too much shit here. I don't want that. Keep that, dog. Keep that, please. Keep that, please. Appreciate you. Let's grab the wrecker. But this usually pulls in it. How am I so low on friggin' diesel? Did I fill the fucking tanks? I might have. I filled the tanks on the other one. No, we're alright. We're good. I was afraid I completely took all the diesel in the other Mac. I could just go over spy cakes. Not the end of the world, but... Drop the... For some reason, this sounds like the music volume went up a little bit. Oh, you know what it was? I think I upped Chrome when I played the video. How's the music now? Should be pretty damn quiet. Kind of having it quiet at the moment. There are islands, not really... Well, there are islands named after YouTubers, but it's mainly after... who has more than 30,000 subscribers on the workshop. But they're named after people in the community. So it's... If you look all over the maps, there's people all in the community. There are builders. It's mostly builders. You know, so there's, for example, Chickasaw has a gas station. So if you have over 30,000, I need to fix the steering on this. That's why I went off the cliff too, is I couldn't steer back fast enough. If you have over 30,000 subscribers in the workshop, I think that's the pool from which they take people and put in the game. But it's a gift to the community members who participate in the game, frankly. I think it's a good thing. Yeah, it'd be nice to get an airport. I reached 30,000 and I got my role there on the official, so I think that increases the likelihood now. But I think it's a good treat to the community to, you know, put people's names in the game and whatnot. That's why, like, it drives me nuts when I see the people who are crying about they don't give people credit for the screenshots on the weekly updates. It's like, dude, it's already like a cool thing they do is like they show community screenshots. Like they could just take all the screenshots themselves, but they're trying to do a good thing by showing community screenshots. Fuck off! Don't do it, you cocksucker. Oh, that scared me. I hate third person with a passion. I gotta stop doing third person. That's the only time I friggin' crash when I'm in third person. Oh, I would have been so pissed if I ran this off. The worst is when you need to rescue your rescue. It's like that. There was this thing. It was all these cranes kept having to help each other out because they kept going over the edge. Oh, that pissed me off. If I went off the edge, I was gonna just lose my mind. This is a bad spot too. How about a guardrail? That would be nice. Can we put a friggin' guardrail on here? How about a guardrail? All right. Where is that thing that I was driving over? This was getting stuck onto my tire, which was not helping me. Go, go. Stop hitting stuff. Go over the edge. All right, let's put that drop axle down so that we don't, so we have extra traction on there. All right, drop axle's going down. Let's drop the boom. Okay. I hate management and third person. Third person's friggin' horrific. I can't operate third person. Like RC airplanes are miserable for me because it's like if I had a camera in the cockpit, I could do the coolest maneuvers, but I hate third person just with a passion. That was my uncle was the opposite way. Like he'd play flight sim in third person because he was used to RC. All right, that's going to take forever, so I'm going to go ahead and get the crane going. We're going to use infinite fuel because I don't want to have to hook the crane all the way up. I want to get this done. I'll probably finish up after I get this rescued. All right, let's go grab the crane. Okay, there we go. I need to work on the gearbox. I moved the gear ratios up. I think it's all right now. It's just I increased the revs, so it's slippy. Need to work on it. This needs some drive system work for sure. The p-value is too high. Threw the p-value up because I put a what do you call it? Flywheel in there. I might take the flywheel out of there anyways. I don't need it. That's just being annoying. Like you can hear it banging off the limiter because the p-value is too high, so I need to decrease it. That's one of the reasons why the wheels are squealing is it just keeps hitting the rev limiter and bouncing off the rev limiter. Need some more weight in the front. Most of the weight's in the rear. Oh, thank you there, XR. Is it XRTL? Is this gonna struggle on this hill again? We'll see. Come on, dude. I don't have to go get something to drag this up the hill either. This is the worst hill in game for, you know, steepness. So it's gonna be a hill that screws you up. It's gonna be this one. Just doesn't have enough wheels, and it's heavy, and it doesn't have a lot of wheels on it, so it makes it a challenge. I don't have the brakes hooked up on this either, so I have to slam on the parking brake, which isn't helpful because it's slippery. This is gonna annoy me if this gets wrecked too. Here. Okay. Go try this with just the Mac, and then we'll see what happens, because I don't want to... I'm not spending all day rescuing everything 9 times. See where we're at here. Alright, we're getting there. I keep this nice and slow because if you try to go too fast, it's going to cause you so many problems. Let's go ahead. I can get a rope for that, but I don't have a turnbuckle, so this is going to be a pain in the ass. I didn't make a turnbuckle that I need. Pretty soon I'm just going to spawn Triton and drag it out of the water. Let's see where we're at here. Diving suit would have been helpful too, I imagine. I'm just going to screw with a bunch of cheats for now because I just want to get this done and then I need to finish up. So. Right, I'm hoping that I can flip it, so let's see. Alright. That is a sheer-ass cliff, I'll tell you that, though. I can scale it, though, so that's just at least not too terrible. Problem is, I gotta get this within 40 meters or else I can't grab it. Alright, we're gonna save this now, certainly. Okay, boom up. Yeah, I'm not driving a truck up the wall. It wouldn't make any sense. Engine would not work if it's at that angle. Yeah, let's see what happens now. This could be ugly. It's rotating. I was hoping to get it wheel side down, but it's not cooperating with that. Starting to angle up. It's a good sign so far. Whether it gets hung up is definitely a good possibility. I'm going to stop it for right now. Let's see if it's within 40. I don't know if it is or not. Probably not. Nope. Close. There we go. Bingo. There we go, baby. That's good. That's good to know. So that the crane can go that distance at least, so. That's not the right one. Where is the one I'm trying to grab here? I mislabeled them, so. Maybe eating much. That's it. Okay. That was right on the money. That's almost 40 meters right there on the cliff. So. Nice. So this is going to, like, see, the problem is with the other one, it's going to try to drag it into the hill. This one's going to drag it up, so I have to use this one. It's kind of the emergent gameplay. It's kind of fun too. Yeah, it's why it's nice to have a wrecker. It's nice to have a crane. That's something I was missing, was having a mobile crane. You know, like it would have been a piece of cake to just use the Triton to drag it out of the water, but you don't have to buy Triton. You know. Yep, it's the same model too. As the dump truck came first, then I believe it did. Memory serves, I think it did. The same truck essentially. All right, starting to pull it, starting to pick it up a little bit, so we got to be careful here. If I could rotate it, we'd be in really good shape here. I'm gonna try to spin it. So let's go ahead and it's gonna be a pain in the ass here. If it was on its wheels, it'd be beautiful, but it's I gotta try to rotate it. A little bit laggy right now too, which isn't helpful. Grab the handle. Okay, good. Say, don't drop it, you scumbag. Nasty scum. There we go. Okay. Try to rotate it. Kind of the right side would have been better, but see if I can rotate it out. Gotta be careful. The front wheels are already off the ground. They're actually more stable with the supports up than it is down because of these tires. There's so many tires and they're all gripped up, so. I had a lot of slack to take up on this winch. This one has a lot of slack on it. Sure, it's still connected. I'm trying to not get too far away from the control, so if something starts going bad, I can shut it down. I think you can see the slack starting to pull up on there. Yep, there it comes. Okay, good. Get back on the other side, you ding-dong. All right, here we go. We're starting to slack up on it. Pull it back a little bit. I don't want too much tension on it because if this mag all goes, that could put us right in the drink. All right. Because I have a lot of friction on these tires. As they come off the ground, I'm losing a bunch of friction, so I really need to spin it. I am afraid of like jostling it too much and having it, like you see, it's trying to go back. It's putting all that shit. I forgot this toggle. Putting a lot of pressure on that one mag all. All right, let's do this. Let's save. All right, let's do this. I don't want to fart around too much, so let's go add-on editor. Crane. All right, where are we at here? Can I get up toward there. I don't think I can. Right here. There we go. All right. There we go. Having massive slowdowns right now. What is the slowdown doing to me here? Come on. Yeah, jump up, grab. Okay, good. Why is it sliding up against the wall? Sure, my physics still set to high. Make sure something didn't happen there that I want. Not, okay, that's good. That's if you don't feel like doing all the transpo work, you can do stuff like this where you just come in with the add-on and do it. These tires are gripped up to 5. They're still acting pretty damn slippery. The problem's a weight and balance problem. You notice how much weight I have in the back? I have the same bumper on the back that I have in the front, and I also have the main weight on the main axles. So all the weight's in the back. That's why it's sliding sideways. Is the front wheels are they're also my only steer wheels, and so they're not getting enough pressure. Okay. So I need to rebalance. That front weight needs to be a lot heavier. I might just take off the back weight probably and beef the front weight because the front weight needs to counterbalance it and it's not. So that's why I'm in steering problems. Here we go. Let's get a pic of this old Johnny here. Get a couple pictures. This will be fun. Problem is I can't get a good pic with the field of view like that. There we go. Am I in there? What? Why won't you extend, son? I'm in a massive slowdown for some reason. Could be all the calculations of like the tension that's going on here. Could be just not a disaster. Oh, you know what it is? I'm locked. Okay, I'm still locked. That's what it is. There we go. I'm locked up. That's why. Okay. So good timing on building a crane. How's it going there, Zaki? The angle is actually pretty extreme there, so hopefully I have enough reach for this. I'm in super slowdown mode right now. It's something with the game just running for a while. It's likely there's a couple hospital ships being annoying out there. That's likely what's happening right now. But the Mac Wrecker is doing a pretty good job by itself, but I should have come on the other side of the Mac, but we'll be all right. I'll swing it up from this side. But definitely this will be helpful as I can use them both if I start getting into trouble, and I can use them to try to, like the crane, I can lift it straight up. So one of the things I want to do is I want to build a version. I like this old school version of the Mac Wrecker. It's, you know, it goes with the 80s. But I will put a rotor. I'll put a full rotor like this on this chassis. What I might do is take the chassis. What I might do is do like an updated version, like maybe the Mac Pinnacle or something, with the rotor on it. And I'll put a full rotor on it so that it has so that I can do this sort of stuff with a crane in the back of the wrecker. I still have some extension going on right now, trying to get it there. All right, let's go up. Yep, the 80s chose the Mac. Is there a handle on there? There's a rope anchor. I'm trying to get this to grab. I need like a little bit more distance on this. I really don't want to move the crane though. Really don't want to move the crane again. Let's try. I doubt it's going to grab properly, but let's see if I can get this to grab at all. Okay, let's see. I might be grabbing onto the rock face too, which is like why it's pulling down. Because see, it's not moving the Mac at all, so that's likely what the case is I'm grabbing the rock face. That's likely what's happening is I grab the rock face. All right, I'm gonna do something silly here. Let's give it some slack. Plenty of slack, plenty of slack. Okay, there's some slack. This thing is so slippy because of the weight and balance is off. Don't you fucking dare. Stop, 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 you son of a bitch. The way I have this, it's screwed up. It won't let me change over to the crane controls unless I adhere this. So like, see, I can't move my boom independently, which sucks. See, like, I'm trying to raise it up. Fucker, don't you dare. Don't you dare. There we go. God damn it, don't! Why? Why do you do me? The whole reason that happened was I still had this fucking end connected. And I didn't think it was. Yeah. Alright. I already did recall it. That's my policy when I'm getting frustrated. Just, again, the point of the game's for fun. Instead of going on Reddit and bitching, I decide to just reset it. But the main thing, too, is I'm testing the crane. The crane's here for testing. The crane is not done yet. Crane needs a bunch of changes, so it's in its testing phase. What is tensioned on this? Okay, good. It's moving again. All right, good. So the problem I had was I was still attached here, and so it was dragging me closer and closer and closer and closer and closer, and I really did not need that. All right, let's see what side. All right, we're good on this side. All right, let's go ahead and pull the add-on. All right, we're in better shape now. Like, I'm impressed with the part of the game that's got to be tough to program that in where, like, every single friggin' rope, every bit of logic is still running, even though I started the save up. It's like that, like, you know, I'll see these comments, people like, oh, it's a simple cartoony game. Why, you know, there's no reason it needs that much of a computer. And it does, because they're not putting into, they don't understand that so many games, they cheat with their logic. You know, they make the logic the same. As like, there's a lot of logic going on here, and it's however people build it too. Like, people can build some really convoluted stuff, and that's why the game can be resource intensive. Is it's like there's a lot to it, man. I gotta get this thing's weight and balance fixed. Okay. Don't start acting like an asshole. Stop. Do not act like an asshole. Just relax. Relax. Re-frickin-lax. Get out of the window. Jump out of the window, you dickhead. Jump. Jump, you scumbag. I'm in the terrain, so that's why it controls are backwards. The controls are stuck backwards because I've glitched in the terrain. There we go. All right, let's go down. And take some tension off this. Too much tension on it. It's just getting pulled into the mountain. I'll drop a little tension off of this. All right. I hate that this one. That one's just blowing up all day down there. Just as long as it doesn't catch on fire, I'm happy. I regret some of these being so friggin' slow now. At least it's on its wheels now. Stop dancing around. Just sit still. Just sit still. Just sit still. Just sit still. Stop dancing around, jackass. Trying to get the extension going here. It's jammed up a little bit. It's just slow. I gotta speed up the extension. It's just way too slow at the moment. I don't know why it's gotta act a fool like this. Just sit still, jackass. Let's see. Stop that. There we go. I gotta, like, I'm right close to getting this fixed here, and I need this to stop being a jackass for 2 seconds. I don't have all my controls hooked up the way I want them, so I can't, like, work the winch length from the cab. I have to look back down, so it's kind of frustrating to get it right now. There we go. Get the bumper, you jackass. Go, 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 go. Get it before I have to go in and stop the winch. Come on, get it. Stop the winch. Piss. Okay, down. Flip again. Do it. Grab me. Oh, you cocksucker. I can't see very well either. Oh, I'm way off, too. Perception-wise, I couldn't tell where I was. Where the hell is it? Oh, it's on the wall now. All right, I'm gonna do this. Jump out of the window, please. Oh, come on, this is gonna suck. I need to come right. What is going on? Why won't this move right? Come on, move right there. I don't know why it's not why it's rotating. It's just being annoying. It's rotating. Out the window, please. Thank you. Stop throwing me around. It's a little bit laggy too, which is not fun. Get on this truck, please. Stop rotating for like 2 seconds. Wits end. Wits end. Okay, grab it, grab it, grab it quickly. Get the right thing. There we go. Grab this rope anchor. Act like a jackass, like 20% less. Oh, come on, man, get it. Ah, yes! All right, we're in business now. All right, we're in business now. I want this to be done with. All right, there we go. There we go. Dump truck is now back down on the, or the wrecker is now back down on the ground. There we go. I don't know why it's rotating. Oh, you know what it is? Something broke. I know what it is. It's the friggin' connectors are. The connectors grabbed to the wrong spot on the dump body. That's why it's rotating, is they're grabbed wrong because something broke. The part that keeps them from spinning, making it do this shit, broke. That's why it's spinning like crazy. The two connectors are trying to grab opposite sides, and so I'm having to deal with it. That's the problem right now. See the dump body? It's the connectors are grabbing the wrong shit, so. Get out of the window, please. Go, 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 go. Jump out of the window. Jump out! Thank you! Alright, let's fix those connectors so they stop rotating me. You can see them here. See they're crossed, the two connectors? That's the problem. That's what's causing this problem, is those two connectors. Usually if you get a rotary force, it's them trying to grab on opposite ends of each other. Like, see, they're all ballsed up. That's why. Gonna try to disconnect them manually here. Right here. That's what's causing the. That's what's causing the. That's why it wasn't rotating before I loaded the save, and then I load the save, and it's. See that right there? This connector here was trying to grab onto this connector, and that's why it was rotating. Was, you know, I've had that issue before. There we go. All right, we're in business now, though. All right. So that was just that was one of the reasons why we had big slowdown and everything else. It was like the connectors were bugging out. So, like, normally what I do is I put a block between them. So the issue was when it broke, this connector on this side was trying to grab on this connector, and so it caused a rotary motion. What you can do to fix that is you make it so that if this connector is disconnected, this one cannot connect, so that only this one connects to this one, and only this one will connect to that one. So I need to put that in there. That will fix that. I've had that issue before. What do I want here? I want to get rid of this. Got a torch on me. Okay, there we go. That can go away. Go there. All right. But the crane works really well. You know, the main issue is that rotary bullshit that I was dealing with. But pretty good reach on the crane. Of course, you know, you could always use more reach on the crane, but for a mobile unit, it's not bad. Maybe I'll do a massive crane at some point that has a really big reach. I gotta be careful. I just activated the tailgate. It's gonna try to close on the crane, so I gotta move this. All right. But did a pretty good damn job of getting that up. That's heavy, man. The coal itself is friggin' heavy. I'm kind of surprised without the ability to really work my winches too. I was able to get it. Problem too is I have this hooked to the rope, so I can't go up any higher because the rope is hanging, dangling down. We'll get it to step down here on its own. Get it on its wheels here in a second. There we go. And the parking brake may be broken, so I don't want to let it off the crane, because if it goes back in that drink, there's going to be so many sadnesses in all the land. Okay, good. Still have no doors on this, so I have to jump at the window or no clip out. So get that worked out. But the cranes work, like, functionally works beautifully. It really works well. I'm pleased with that, with the performance of it. Because this is damn heavy, and it really didn't have all that much problem pulling it out. You know, it was mostly that if I didn't reload the save, those connectors would not have been screwed up. It was the reload and the save, they grabbed incorrectly because they were damaged. So I'll put in some of that logic that fixes that. You know, you have to do that sometimes. Like, you'll see people that are like, oh, Stormworks physics, it's wigging out. It's like, no, you have two immovable objects, and they're trying to grab, you know, 45. You know, IRL, they would just snap and break, but in a game, you can't have that. So you get situations where it's like you're forcing two pivots into each other. They're going to rotate. There we go. All right. All of this, we're trying to show you the drop axle. Anything in the engine bay that's broken up? Probably not, actually. No, a little bit, yeah, a little bit of broken here and there, a little pipage. You know, it was pretty undamaged until it started rotating and slamming against the cliff, and then it started getting damaged. All right, for the most part, it looks pretty clean at the moment. Okay. I'm kind of surprised that the wrecker almost was able to pull it out itself. You know, I think maybe if I didn't have that issue with the spinning, it might have been able to pull it out. You know, it was too difficult with it spinning. It was causing too much physics slowdown and all sorts of other issues. But it was pretty damn close to just pulling it out on its own. Instead of potentially have an absolute mayhem here, let's just do this. This might be out more than 40 meters, though. Nope, it isn't. Okay. All right, there we go. This could cause problems. Let's see. Nope, we're good. Okay. I was afraid there was too much tension on there. There was not. Crane really works well. I'm happy with it. Let's pick up some of my shit so that it doesn't cause any lag. Now let's grab the add-on and get rid of it. All right, crane's gone now. Beautiful. All right, we're in business, people. Read some of this chat. So that was exciting, more exciting than I would have liked, but that was fun. You know, I like the emergence gameplay of it. It's one of the reasons I started building that crane, was there were so many situations I was getting into where it was like I just couldn't rescue things. Now, like, that was a tough rescue, and it worked. So, you know, it's working pretty well. There's a couple, like, tweaky things in the crane, getting some of the controls working a little bit better, but worked really well. That's one of the reasons I've been putting rope anchors on everything, is so that I can actually crane them out and fix them. Yeah, and that's kind of like Citra's point, is like, you know, this is some of the things like people would rage quit. I'm very much an advocate for, you know what? If something's not fun, you're playing the game to have fun, do what you need to do to have fun. You know, it's not a multiplayer environment. You know, the crane, I don't have the crane working well enough to go up the hill. So what did I do? I just put it in with an add-on instead of fretting about it, you know? And it's like, starting to get annoyed. If I had to go pull everything out, like, it's a funny, somebody can find the meme, but it's that meme where, like, you know, the crane falls into the drink, and it was a tow truck, I think. Tow truck falls in the drink, so they get a crane. The crane gets pulled into the drink, and then they get a bigger crane, and then the last images of the biggest crane falling into the drink, trying to, because it's like Russian dolls of cranes. See what's up with this. You know, so it was like Russian doll of cranes just going on the drink, and that was kind of what was going on here. But the reason why the crane tipped over there was because it was grabbing the wall. It was grabbing the, you know, so of course you wouldn't be doing that in real life. You know, you don't have a magall that grabs rock. You know, you put your rope off to the rope anchors, you know. I got a little damage right there I gotta fix. Which side is it? Port? Oh, driver's side. I was wondering what my labeling was. This is passenger side. I was wondering why. I was like, why are these labeled this way? And that's passenger side, that's driver's side. Okay. That way I can rotate with these. Okay. There's boom. Okay, and then I want to get that, drop it again. There we go. I want to put some tension on it so I could get it to drop. Ah, goddamn, why is everything got to hit? Okay. Just roll it forward a little bit. Okay, there we go. Get this aligned. All right, so we need passenger side, driver side. See, this is, I duplicated some of these. That's why I was confusing me. The middle one's the middle one. I just didn't relabel it. I copied it, so I didn't relabel it. All right, and let's go maggot. Got a little gravity to help us here. All right, there we go. We got both of them. All right, let's go. Same truck. This wrecker pulls everything. Good. All right, read some chat while I'm driving. Let's get out of third person here for a while so I don't do this again. But how about a guardrail? Love to see a guardrail on here. Major update, the guardrail update. I'm in third person again. Have I not learned my lesson here? Dude, we're gonna make like a grand total like 2,500 bucks here too. This is a lot of heartache for 2,500 bucks. But it was fun. I enjoyed testing out the crane. It's cool to see the wrecker could actually do a damn good job at pulling it up the hill. I'm having steering problems now because of the brakes. Fuck you. Do not. I think we're going to take a break after that. This is fucking the mayhem episode, I'm telling you. Alright, that's enough of that. Alright. That's enough of that. We're not screwing around with this anymore. Me in third person is absolute disaster. Yeah. Yeah, the game is in super slow-mo now. I can't even play, really. There's too. I think the hospital ships are out of control. So, the hospital ships are everywhere right now. Yeah, but it was fun. At least I got the crane tested out. So the money, I don't give a shit about the money. The money's nothing. So I'm just backing up the save. This is gonna be the one I use, and then this is gonna be the one I use. Where am I? What am I in? Scraper. Yeah. There. All right. So I'm gonna save this up. All right, so that's going to be my most recent save. The other ones I'm going to fuck right off. But that was a good test for the crane. You know, I've been working on that crane. Not sure how it was going to run. It was working pretty well. There's some things that definitely need fixing. So here, let's do this really quick. Let's grab the dump. So I don't want that to happen again. So essentially what happened was here. You've got two fake cylinders, and they're grabbing these two connectors back. Where are they? It's not there, is it? No. Where are they grabbing? They're grabbing right here. So these two connectors are grabbing here. And the problem is the one on the port side wanted to grab the one on the starboard side. So let's see. I don't think we have any connections here. All right, so really simple. What I'm going to do is make a microcontroller that fixes this. So you can do this to prevent that in the future. So I do this on, for example, the Remora rescue boat. It has this system so that only one can grab, and it can only grab the correct one. So what I will do is this will be the piston system. Okay, piston system. So what it's essentially going to do is this. It's going to read in one connector. So this is port connector. Okay. So that's going to read the port connector. And then what it's going to do is it's going to read out to the starboard connector. All right. So what it will do is when the port connector is connected, it will... So really simple here. So if the port connector is not connected, it will release the starboard connector. That way nothing can grab the starboard connector until the port connector grabs. All right. So what this will do is, so let's say, so you have your starboard connector is right here. So that will release the connector. So the only time that this will work is when this port connector here is attached. So when this port connector connects to this one, the other one will then be allowed to grab. And what that does is it ensures that they always grab correctly. So like when I load in, you'll hear they're connecting. Now, they connect fine, 95% of the time. The problem was this was damaged and upside down, and that made them connect funky. So now what's going to happen is, no, clip's not on. Okay. So what's going to happen now is this will only ever allow them to grab correctly. So this one here cannot grab this one because it'll be disconnected. This one could theoretically grab this one, but it's unlikely. So this is not energized until this one is connected to where it's supposed to be. Then this allows this one to connect. So it makes it so that it's unlikely they'll twist, because that's what happened was they twisted. And then the whole build twists, because those are immovable objects. Yeah, I don't use the regular components ever. I always make microcontrollers. I never use the pre-builts. Never do, never do. But this fixes this, so this will always work. So pretty simple logic in there, but that's a good thing to do sometimes. Like if you want one connector to connect first, like I'll show you Remora does that. Let's see, where the hell can this go? Let's go here and see. This one's tight on microcontrollers. It can go right here. So let's go in. Symmetry off. So let's see. Symmetry's on now. There we go. Right there. All right, let's put that in there. Yeah, I never use the old ones. I always make my own microcontrollers. I don't like the look of them. I don't like the visibility of them. I don't want to see the little picture on them. I like to just, if I want to change it or make it do more than one thing, I can just go back and edit it. Let's see, you where you belong? You where you belong? I can't tell. Let's see. Okay, that's perfect. That's where it belongs. Okay, merge it. Eventually I'll find where the hell that went. There it is right here. All right, so now that will protect that, so that's good. All right, so like the Remora on, it's on Triton, but essentially on Triton, if you look at the Remora, right here in the Remora, it has two connectors. So if when you pull up to Triton, the front connector can only grab onto the front connector on Triton. As soon as this one grabs the front connector on Triton, then this one can grab. So you always get it aligned correctly. And then the nice thing with this is it can't pitch, but it can roll. So that fixes that. So same type of system. Let me see. Yeah, I just never use the old ones. I always use my own microcontrollers. Do I have any planes? Yes, I have many planes, Synex. I probably mostly have planes. I'll show you some planes before I get off. Good to see some new people in here today. Let me catch up on chat. Yeah, the Mac needs new supports. Mac doesn't have any supports on it right now. That was a lot of weight to, it theoretically, IRL it would have really tipped the wrecker over. Yeah. Yeah, it's something they could do. They could make it so that, once a force gets to a certain amount, it stops doing it. Because, like, you'll see ships spinning and people are like, It doesn't make any sense. Usually what it's doing is they put in a physics flutter in a movable object. So now you have two movable you have a movable object and an immovable object trying to move the immovable object. And the game's like, well, this is the center of the Earth. This is rock solid, and it freaks out. Yeah. I did back up the save. That's the one I rolled back to. It has nothing to do with the roads. It's just the game slowed down because there were way too many. Like, this save's clean, but we got a bunch of hospital boats on that save as they just kept duplicating, and you could tell the game started slowing down. Yeah, I see the comment 3 times, Rasmus. Yep. Yeah. I already talked about it. Yep. Let me see. Let me grab some planes here. Oh, look at some of my planos here. Let's type in planes what I have there. So this is not mine. That one can go. That was the plane I fixed for somebody the other day. The latest one is the Auk Seagull race plane, twin seaplane. I have the Albatross. Have the Proteus. What else do I have? TU SU-24. I'll just go through all of them here. Start from the beginning here. We'll just go through the... Fuck. I can't grab that, which is annoying. I do agree with many people saying that we need to have categories that be able to folderize our vehicles would be helpful. Trying to think of all of them off the top of my head. We have the Stoll airplane. We have the bomber, water bomber here. We have the Cap Air jet. Have the twin, Cap Air twin. What else do I have off the top of my head? The ultralights. What else do I have for planes? I'm trying to think. Yes, I see what you're saying, Rasmus. I'm so behind, and then I saw it, so I'm like, yes. Because I always think of it in the moment, and it's not. I wasn't giving you shit about it. I was just trying to think of, like, my brain's just like, oh, new comment. And I'm like, nope, that's an old comment. Yep. What is the green thing? The green, oh, Night Owl. Yep, Night Owl. There's Night Owl. I have Chickadee. I think most of my stuff's planes, frankly. What else? Can't think of what else I have for plane. I have Hummingbird. The trainer. 2-seat trainer here. The trainer backup. I never worked on the 2-seat trainer much. Yeah, but it's mostly, oh yeah, the whale. The Minky. There's the Minky. Minky could use some gameplay. What else? Mostly, yeah, I have a lot of planes. So that's why Citrus made that comment, was a lot of planes. Yeah, I showed the Albatross. What green thing? I don't know which one you're talking about. Albatross. Albatross probably going to get some gameplay here soon because I want to be able to move a bunch of fuel. And this can take 4 pallets, so I'm going to need money soon. So we'll move a bunch of fuel up to military with Albatross. That's kind of Albatross's job, is moving fuel, so. I'm trying to think what else I have. I have the race plane I showed. Race plane. I think of what else I have for airplanes. Yeah, what green thing you talking about there, Citrus? When you search, there was a green Delta Wing looking thing. Green Delta looking. Okay, so maybe it's under plane. Oh, I have the VTOL, the 4-engine VTOL, where is it? Somewhere in here. And then I did the cargo version. This is the cargo version, no VTOL. I have a 4-engine, a 2-engine version of this. A lot of planes. Proteus could come back. I have the Cormorant. Cormorant. Here, find a plane here. Maybe when I search for C. See if I can find this green Johnny. People talking about. Not this thing, are you? The Sea Hog? It's not what you're talking about, is it? That was an old ship. Let me see. See what I have for old Johnnies here. It's always nice to look back at your old stuff to see like your humble beginnings. I wish people who make shitty comments about other people's builds would go back and look at their stuff and be like, yeah, you know, we all started somewhere. Is the Stormworks beta free? There is no beta. Like, what are you talking about? The game's not free. You have to pay for the game. I don't know what you mean by beta. Oh, the guppy. Ugh, that thing was old and ugly. UFO. UFO is a plane. I guess you could call the UFO a plane. Some drones. Don't have a lot of drones. I'd rather fly myself than that. There's a drone version and there's a flyable version of the UFO. I can do both. The Sky Tim, that's a helicopter, but this drone here, this was going to be for a Jersey challenge, and I ended up doing the UFO instead. Here's all the look at all the iterations of the UFO. That had a ton of iterations. The UFO. Look at all the iterations of the UFO. Wow, that's a ton of them. A lot. This VTOL plane that is old and I don't use. That one's from over 2 years ago. That was just a body. I never really worked on that. Seaplane. I never really worked on that one. This plane works fine. This one here. This one here is an amphibious rescue plane. It works. I just don't really use it. Double-decker. Got the Sky Raider. Yeah, most of my stuff's planes, I think. Flying Wing. There's a Navy livery of the Sky Raider. I started working on a fighter jet. The Su-25 Frog Foot. The Su-24 Fencer. A lot of planes. Do a lot of planes. That's usually like if I'm bored, I'll go do a plane. This one never. This one. Oh, this was Hummingbird. This turned into Hummingbird. I was like, I didn't recognize the nose. That turned to Hummingbird. Manticore. Manticore. This was the start of Manticore. This was the last Jersey challenge he put on. I ended up not submitting. I was about a day out from being able to submit. But the Manticore was looked kind of more hind-like, and then Manticore actually functions really well now, but this is the new Manticore, if I can find it. It's not really a plane, it's a helicopter, but it flies like a plane too. But like, here's the Manticore. That's the one that I was gonna release for the Jersey Challenge. I just didn't get it finished in time. Probably would have won if I finished the sucker, but I didn't finish it. Rotodyne, kind of a plane helicopter jobby. This one I never finished, this VTOL fighter. Stopped caring about doing weapon stuff. Don't really care about weapons. It was fun for doing some of the stuff, but not really. Oh my god, look at all the this is from this was the beginning of Rijot. Like, I have a lot of copies of that. There's Mud Skipper. Big drought on planes in there. You see all the versions of Triton. Triton has like version after version after version after version. Like, Triton probably has the most versions. Tons and tons of Triton. Let's see what else I have for planes. This is the Stormworks Basics plane from the tutorial. That's just basically a flying shell. It's kind of cool going back through the builds every once in a while, seeing like kind of the order and like something that seems like, oh, it wasn't that long ago. You're like, oh, that was pretty long ago. You kind of see like when I take a break from planes for a little while, go back into other stuff, and then right back. Katie did. Katie, bunch of trucks. You can tell like when the mining update came out, as I'm making more mining stuff. The old steam train that I built. Lots of Katie in here. Like the Triton, I have so many Triton stuff. That, like, this is what ended up being Cormorant was, or these were like the beginning of Cormorant, and then that's what it ended up being. Another seaplane would be kind of cool. I have seaplanes I don't use much though that I'd like to use again. I might use Seagull. I'd like to use Seagull some more. Seagull can transport some of my fuel containers, so maybe I'll play with Seagull some. The excavator, like that was the start. The excavator was way too big, and then I shrunk it down. I have another plane in here. I'm trying to find this one here. This prop fighter. I never really did anything with this, but this was going to be the prop fighter. That was going to be for Military Design Bureau, and I just stopped doing it. I was working on a pogo stick, which is going to be kind of like the pogo. That never went anywhere. I stopped working on that. The fencer is probably like my best fighter. Got a creation review in there. This one was kind of a fun little single-seat fighter, but I didn't work on that again. That was the shifter that, like, the mechanism doesn't work right because the game starts bugging a little bit. A Cranoplan, I guess you could call as a plane. Another single-engine jet fighter. Proteus, there's when I got into Proteus. This one was a new fighter I was working on in a live stream. Never really went anywhere. It's supposed to be kind of, there's a Yak, was a Yak 3, had a really long nose like this, so I was kind of playing with that design. There's the trainer plane. This is the helicopter that fits inside of Proteus. That's a tandem helo I was using for cargo. I never really liked the tandems, so I don't use it much. The Cap Air jet. That's all the ADFs that stopped working because the game was buggy with them in there. There's the turboprop for Cap Air. Maybe if I do a Cap Air episode again. I haven't done a Cap Air episode in a while. Here's the mono tail dragger, which I think turned into the race plane. Maybe. This is that 2-jet VTOL that turned into the 4-jet VTOL at some point. But yeah, I have a lot of planes. Planes are probably what I make the most of. This seaplane. Yeah, I think we're pretty much caught up here. Flying barrel. I don't know what that was all about. But yeah, you know, got some stuff done today. That was just a disaster area falling off, but it was cool to test the crane out. I enjoyed that. How many trucks do I have? Not that many trucks. Let's see. We have the little one, if you want to call that, the Max series, so our dump truck, the dump truck, tractor, and wrecker. Tow truck, the mini truck, that one's on there. The other mini truck, fire truck, we have the cab over, the Pinnacle, the Titan. Yeah, which turned into the road train, which turned into the road train tractor. I don't have many of those, actually. Yeah. Yep, Frogfoot. All right, so let's thank some members. I think we'll take a break and get off. But yeah, so a little bit of a calamity, but it was good. I get to test some stuff out. It was a little frustrating there for a little while, but again, like, you get frustrated, use the add-on editor, and recall your save, No shame in just saying screw it, Point of it is having fun. If you're not having fun, it's not real life. It's not like you need to recover the vehicle. Just do what you need to do to have fun. But that was fun trying to get it out. That little problem with the connectors. The reason it was spinning was the connectors. But I'll fix up that gave me some good insight on what I need to do in the crane. But thank you, Side Mountain, Connor Boyle, Danny, Sergeant Chaos, Aaron Repairs All, FS or Manda VR or whatever he's called himself this week, Citrus and Rasmus for being members. I appreciate you guys for being members. Thank you. Thank you to Chickensore for being a patron. If you guys are interested in any of that stuff, it's down in the description below. If you're new and you're not subscribed, please consider subscribing. If you guys like the video, that helps everyone else find it. Thanks for hanging out, guys, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye.